All right, welcome everyone. We are here on Tuesday, March 9th, 2021 with the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. It's good to see everyone this evening. If everyone would please mute your mics if you've not already done so. Appreciate that a great deal. That allows us to keep feedback to a minimum. And we have been in executive session for the cause of personnel. And so we need to formally exit that executive session. Could I have a motion from a commissioner for exiting of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Denson and a second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and now I will entertain a motion to adjourn a special called session for the purpose of personnel discussion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Parker and a second from Commissioner Hale to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, any opposed? All right, we are now adjourned and we can enter our work session. And we have several items on the agenda tonight, some of which will be fairly brief, some a little lengthier. And so we're going to begin, as we've been beginning our work sessions in recent months, with a COVID-19 response update from Manager Blaine Williams. So Blaine, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Just a brief update on our COVID-19 response. First, I want to talk a little bit about the data. And if I might, I'll share my screen. So these are the Georgia statistics. As you can see, we've had this second spike that we've all been watching, and it's coming down, still in a good trajectory. Closer to home here in Clarke. We've had a little bit of an uptick, but coming back down again. So everything seems to be moving in the right direction. Although I'm sure, like you, like me, you've seen some articles with some concerns about March and April being crucial months. Scrolling through, I want to talk about our planning chart here in just a second. But first, let me go over the employee exposures. And we tend to mimic what's going on in the general population because our folks live here in the region. But we also are coming down here into some of the lower levels we've seen during this year. And our employees continue to do an excellent job of being careful, taking the proper behavior modifications with social distancing and mask wearing. I'm very pleased with the efforts they put forth. Scrolling down to the planning chart. And so what we did this, you'll remember last year, and what the planning chart represents is when the resiliency package was being discussed, it was said by some of the Dr. Fauci and others that this was a marathon, not a sprint. And as you sought to provide relief into the community, we tried to space that over at least a year. And at the very top of this chart, if you can see it, we've got in the gray sort of the different levels that we took, the approaches that we took as a government towards our own operations and employees. That first month or two, we locked down everything, didn't allow customers in the door. We had a brief period in May, and then we went into a limited posture, and we're hopeful this summer we can return back to some normal operations. What the blue bars represent in this timeline are different interventions that you have approved, both from our own fund balance, our general funds, millions of dollars for that, and millions of dollars that we've received from the federal government, both through the CARES Act and the CDBG, Community Development Block Grant program. So across the top here is the Indigent Services Homeless Assistance, and there's been several tranches of that funding that have involved both direct allocations as well as RFP processes, the most recent of which you approved last week for $460,000. And while I'm talking about that, the deadline for those responses is March the 19th. That is currently being advertised in a variety of ways, but can be found on our website. and nonprofits are encouraged to apply for the purposes of homeless assistance, food assistance, and housing assistance. The CARES Act funding, a couple of $1 million there starting back in August of last year. There was some additional indigent services funding as the January gap funding, as you titled it. You had an extension there. The food distribution through Athens Eats ran through the end of January. And then last week, you also approved an extension for that through the end of June. The CDBG CV funding runs through January of 2022, another $600,000 there. We have some funds for our public health partnering, and that includes the wastewater surveillance in a partnership with the researcher, Dr. Aaron Lipp at the University of Georgia. And we've also helped the University of Georgia in a small way, but with their mobile testing clinic early in the pandemic, and we continue to search for ways to increase access into the underserved neighborhoods. Just moving from the top to the bottom, there was some economic relief for artists done back in May, and then there was emergency small business loans and grants. The loans came from our local funds because of the gratuities clause and the Georgia Constitution. We could only do loans, but when the federal funds, the CARES Act came in, the mayor and commission put aside funds for grants for that, and that totaled $2.6 million. In addition to that, another $500,000 was awarded to the Northeast Georgia Business Alliance for small business grants, and they did an excellent job of distributing that money in short order. And finally, the Athens Community Corps program continues to go on, and those are 10 persons on 11-month contracts. Those folks actually doing the work that needs to be done, learning skills, and hopeful hires for us as a government. But if not, we want to improve their marketability of local folks here to find gainful employment in the community. So there's an awful lot that's happened. I felt like it was appropriate as just to kind of cover the ground that we've been over in this last year. Moving down to enforcement, bar occupancy and personal protection equipment checks continue. This goes back to February 13th, a couple of weeks ago. Between the first of the year, I guess the first 6 weeks of the year, there were almost 300 bar occupancy and PPE checks. There were 4 non-compliant bars with written warning and 6 were cited, and you can see the numbers here. So the bar occupancy checks, the total number is almost 1,500 since the beginning of the pandemic. So that doesn't happen all in one weekend. That is a consistent assisted enforcement approach to try and keep people safe. With face masks, that's part of this as well. And you can see here that our officers continue to enforce this in a consistent manner. And again, per the state's regulations, if somebody does not have a mask, then the officers are compelled to ask them to don a mask. And if they do, then they're not cited. That's what the state law says, or that's what the governor's executive order says. In this case, and in order to be helpful, our officers actually carry masks with them. And if someone doesn't have a mask, they give them a mask. And if they don that mask, then they're found to be in compliance. But you can see to the right there that there are some folks that have not been in compliance, and they are given warnings. And almost 10,000 masks have been given out since you started requiring this. With community supports, just a brief update, mass distribution, you also directed me to have staff purchase masks and have those distributed into the community. You saw where about 10,000 of those were distributed by the police, but we also work through external partners as well. And you can see almost 80,000 masks, over 80,000 masks have been distributed through the end of last year. With Athens Community Corps, I mentioned earlier, we've introduced them to the management team. I've met with them as a group. They've kicked off. They're doing some great work. There's some really fantastic people involved. Right now they're focused over at Dudley Park, and you can see some of the before and after pictures there as they're cleaning out invasives, helping to build some additional trails and removing litter and debris. Finally, with our remote learning after school programming, with the school district not going back into in-person session, we've had some upticks of interactions. We've got almost 60 youth registered in the after-school programming across 3 community centers. And then as folks go back into in-person learning, we should pick some more youth up there. Where our numbers really increased with the schools being closed is having students use our Wi-Fi service that you authorized through CARES Act at our various leisure services facilities, and we're averaging almost 250 students per week, and that's been pretty consistent with the school staying out of session. So those are the high points. With employee vaccinations, we've got over 250. We have 1,700 employees, so almost 15% in the Tier 1A category. And our partners have helped us vaccinate those, and you can see those here. We're very appreciative of that. And I also want to call out Captain Thaxton, J.W. Thaxton, who's been working very closely with the health department in not only standing up the vaccination site here, but also, as I mentioned to y'all earlier or later last week, an additional testing site at our old fire station number 2 at the corner of Atlanta Highway and Mitchell Bridge Road. And that will be going into effect, beginning operations on March the 15th. Mayor, I'll entertain any questions at this time.
All right. Questions pertinent to COVID response from the commission?
Hi, this is Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, go ahead.
In previous presentations, we've gotten updates on service referrals from the Neighborhood Leaders Program. I was wondering if we could receive that similar information for this current period via email or something like that, since it wasn't a part of the presentation this evening.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Great, thank you. And as a frequent user of Dudley Park, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Athens Community Corps for the work that they've done over there. It looks great. Love the new trails up on the hills up there. So please send them my regards and thanks for their work that they have done.
I'll second that really quick. Yeah, the trail. I used that trail on accident. I didn't even know it was there. I kind of stumbled upon it with my family. It was fantastic. So great job.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Have we had any vaccine hesitancy among our employees who qualify so far? And can we legally require vaccinations of employees as we become eligible?
Thank you, Commissioner Link. My understanding is that 100% of our employees who are eligible have not received the vaccine. Some probably due to choice. I don't believe that there's a legal way that we can require somebody to obtain a vaccine or to take the vaccine.
You said 100% who are eligible have not?
I don't have the figures in front of me, but I feel confident in saying that not 100% of employees who have been offered a vaccine have taken it.
Okay. Do you could you come up with the numbers as, or ballpark figure as to what percentage have and have not? And also, because, there are certain percentage thresholds towards achieving herd immunity. And I'm wondering if, as vaccine rollout is happening, there have been challenges. I've been having regular conversations with healthcare providers plus the Board of Health. There are problems in Georgia because you have to meet certain requirements to be a vaccine location. We can't implement these mobile units that a lot of other states are implementing that are having great success. Hence, Georgia is like last in the nation for vaccinations. But could we the campaign that we implemented back in the last spring when COVID hit, we had a really great PR campaign. And I feel like there's a lot of room for that when it comes to vaccinations. Those yard signs, maybe billboards, definitely on our website, social media and stuff. Have we had any conversation with the Department of Public Health in assisting with that kind of PR campaign?
Well, I know the mayor's had some discussions, and I'll defer to him. I know on our side, and I think this has been some of the hesitancy of the Department of Public Health, is not knowing when that next tier will open, which will be open to many more people. We don't want to get too far ahead of it and to your point, Commissioner Link, you don't want to get too far behind it, but there's just not enough to know right now to put a lot of word out there other than just general, you should get the vaccine.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be helpful to have some kind of strategy ready to launch as vaccinations become broadly available, and also see what we can do about getting into communities.
Sure.
I know they're looking into this mobile unit and trying to figure out how. I know Spencer Fry's trying to work the regulations.
Those are definitely necessary points, Commissioner, and I guess I'd identify sort of two routes of pursuit through the Department of Public Health. One is the promotional kind of outreach, and then the other is the functional outreach. And obviously, kind of as we all know, the functional work is dependent upon vaccine availability, the volume of availability. The promotional one, once you need to have it precede the vaccine availability, but you don't want to overpromise, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I've spoken with folks from the Department of Public Health about both pieces. On the functional outreach, it's my observation, because I've been in some of these conversations, that they've really done a high quality set of engagements with, what we would broadly think of as our safety net clinics, neighborhood health, Mercy Clinic, and the nurses clinic, so that all of those can be sites for vaccine distribution in a broader way when there is more vaccine. That's also true with the mobile health clinic. So they've been in conversation with Dr. Lester with the mobile clinic for exactly that purpose. And the mobile clinic, you may have read, has already visited sites like Denny Tower, and they've also interacted with the Council on Aging, who of course has a standing relationship with a lot of people who for meal availability don't have transportation access. And they've made a particular outreach to the Latinx community with the mobile van as well.
So that mobile van is able to vaccinate. I know that they're having challenges with the one that was put together through Habitat for Humanity.
They are, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And in fact, they've vaccinated many dozens at Denny Tower.
Yeah, I am aware of that, which I'm thankful for. I have one more question. I got a phone call this morning from someone asking when we are going to return to full bar hours. Have we established any thresholds for community spread or a percentage of vaccination or anything like that to make that determination? I feel like we should kind of establish a threshold so people kind of know what to strive for.
You may remember, Commissioner, that via the Superior Court ordered mediation request in which we participated with the 6 bar owners who brought suit, that outgrowth of that that successful mediation was that we both settled on the 11:30 p.m. last call compromise, and we determined that we wouldn't make any further move at least until the statewide judicial emergency ends. And it's Chief Justice of the Georgia Supreme Court, Harold Melton, who makes that determination.
Okay. So we'll have that conversation when that judicial... I mean, I know that there was a committee of health experts, epidemiologists that consulted with the local government in the early stages. Are y'all still meeting with any of them? And could we turn to them for advice on establishing an actual evidence-based threshold for when it would be appropriate? I'm sure that the judicial emergency will be lifted, earlier than we might feel is appropriate for bar activities.
Well, Mayor, if I might respond to that. So, I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I apologize. So, we call that our epidemiological advisory group. We did have a recent meeting with them, and I think the quote from the meeting was, there are many frameworks out there. So we have struggled this entire pandemic to find the right thresholds. I do want to credit staff. We are trying to work up something of our own, not totally arbitrary, but based looking backward at certain critical levels here locally. Andrew's been working on, trying to look ahead for special events to that very point, Commissioner Link. So he's doing some very good work there. So we don't have any thresholds right now that we're acting on. I also, I want to finish this train of thought, but I want to circle back to your request to have statistics on employee vaccinations when appropriate. Okay, well, we can't, due to HIPAA regulations, employees are not compelled to tell us whether or not they got the vaccine. My response to you of being confident wasn't 100%, was based more on an early a survey of regional first responders that wasn't 100%. So I imagine that there are some folks that have some concerns perhaps about getting the vaccine or don't care to get it. So I'm afraid I won't be able to give you any definitive data on that, as you ask.
Okay.
And apologize, I'm looking at my screen. Commissioner Hale.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 questions. The first is, do we have the discretion as a local government to add to the list of people that can qualify for Phase 1A? For example, can we... I'm seeing a lot of handshakes. Okay, there's just no way we can do that. All right. Well,
statewide.
And then the second one is, when Mitchell Bridge is online, could you just kind of walk me, like, will it immediately be all the testing is there and all the vaccinations are on Oneida, or is it still, are both going to be hosting both?
Excellent question, Commissioner Hale. So what they're doing is vaccinations will be exclusively at Oneida, so they're freeing up that capacity so they can get as many in there as possible, and they're moving the testing function over to the secondary site. So only testing at Old Fire Station number 2, and then only vaccinations on Oneida.
Excellent. And that's effective on the 15th, you said?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. And then the last, I guess related, I'm assuming that the DPH website is going to update at the same time on that, indicating which places you can go. Yeah, okay.
Yes, and as you know, the attorney's office was finalizing the agreement, and with your consensus, we'll sign that. That'll make everything official, and then they can get going with their notifications.
Awesome. And my last question, sort of loosely related, but I'm imagining we'll still be dealing with COVID come this summer. Do we have any updates on the leisure services programming? I know we had that joint session with the school districts and talked about the summer programming. Do we have any updates on that since that joint session?
Yes, I can provide you some high level. Staff is still working through this, but they do intend to have summer programming. They are following the lead of the schools in trying to mitigate the spread or infection of COVID by having smaller pods, if you will, of children that would only be, they would be exclusive. So if somebody did come up, then that pod could be notified and perhaps sent home and not affect the other kids in that week's camp. Of course, as you all know, our leisure services programming is highly sought after. And so kids are oftentimes signed up in back-to-back weeks. So we really can't control them moving from one pod one week to a whole different pod the next week. Doing this is, I think, a prudent move. It will cut down the number of available slots, though, in our leisure services programming, possibly down to about 40% of what we normally do. Those are the high-level plans now, and Kent Kilpatrick and his staff are still really trying to refine what's the best approach.
Okay. And I realized I lied, and I actually have a fourth question, which has now just escaped my brain. I'm sorry. I'll circle back around. I wrote the other ones down.
All right. Anything else on COVID? Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. Blaine, and following up on Jesse's, Commissioner Hale's questions about the new testing site, from your communications with us, we're switching over to a new provider, this Mako Medical. And I bring this up because I believe you mentioned that insurance billing will be happening. Insurance is not necessary. People can go get tested if they don't have insurance. But if somebody does have insurance, they're going to be billed, is my understanding. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, sir.
Okay. On this, and you might not have this information here, but I think it's something we need to dig into. If that is the level, as being someone who has gotten tested multiple times at our Department of Public Health, it is a very quick, very little information. You're in there, almost anonymous kind of process. But it sounds like if they're taking insurance information, that will no longer be how this is done. And then I have some concerns about accessibility. I know something we talked about before, if undocumented residents will feel comfortable going and getting tested, if there's a lot of personal information being taken. And also just the whole surprise billing thing. I got tested one time at a place that wasn't the Department of Public Health, and it did go through my insurance. My insurance did not pay for all of it, so I definitely had to pay a hefty amount that I did not expect. So I also just want to be ensured that that's not going to be happening to residents, especially when DPH up to this point has been assumed to be the place that is free, no questions asked.
Yes, sir. This will be slightly different. And what I will do is we'll get an outline of the process as far as interaction, access, and, anticipated time and level of information. And I can share that back out with the mayor and commission.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. All right, Jesse, number 4.
Sorry that I forgot right in the middle of it. This is the Zoom stuff, it's a lot. So we brought up that we can't ask people to tell us whether they've gotten the vaccine or not. And I guess I'm just curious if there's a way, public schools require certain vaccines. So legally, I guess, could someone elaborate on who can make the decision to require vaccines in a certain scenario? Is that the feds? Is that the state government? Is that something we can, on the local government, ever do?
Well, I can speak to the issue of public schools just from the standpoint of my wife's a public school teacher here in Athens-Clarke County, and to my knowledge, I don't think they're requiring the vaccine. But I'm maybe misunderstanding that.
I guess what I'm saying, I know that no one's currently requiring the COVID vaccine, but there are other vaccines that children are required to have to attend school. So how would this vaccine make it onto that list? Is that a state level
in the same way that MMR
Yeah.
is a required vaccination for children? So
I can only speak to the fact that, the International Municipal Lawyers Association, this has been a frequent listserv topic. And I've actually talked with the city attorney in Durham, North Carolina, the senior assistant attorney there. And because they had gotten the impression that we were requiring it and didn't feel like we could legally do that. But as part of that, I educated myself. And I will be happy to send you the legal materials I've gathered, the memo that Emma put out regarding why there's certain legal issues concerning that we can't require it. And I don't know how you get on those lists where it's mandatory. I'm sure that's probably some kind of federal statute, but I'd have to do more research on that because I don't know the answer.
all right. Any other questions? Okay. I do believe that we're going to go ahead and move into the sort of topical conversations, beginning with discussion of the Barber Street Bike and Pedestrian Improvement Program. And I think Rani Katreeb was listed on the agenda, but I believe it's Stephen Bailey who's going to walk us through this. So, Manager Williams, I don't know if you want to provide a high-level overview, or Stephen, let's just turn it over to you.
I'll just turn it over to Stephen. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Evening, everybody. As our consultants are setting up the PowerPoint, I'll do some brief introductions for tonight. So with me, I do have Rani Katreeb, our engineering administrator. Also got Daniel Sizemore, who's the newest addition to our team as our new bike ped and safety coordinator. And then we've also got with us from Tool Design, we have Jared Draper and Sarah Janssen. So first, I really wanted to thank Tool Design for their role in putting this together. We'd be really overwhelmed without our consultants on big projects like these, and Barber is certainly a tricky one. So let's jump to the outline slide. And I'll talk you through some background. We'll do some cost-benefit analysis, show you the staff-preferred concept with probable costs for Barber, and then how that affects the overall Athens in Motion funding strategy with our existing budgets. I'll talk briefly about history. Daniel will put this into some context as part of the greater surrounding bike ped network. And then our consultants are going to talk you through the conceptual design. And finally, Rani will bring it home with some next steps. So we'll jump to history. You've all seen these slides before. I'll just use this as a reminder that Athens in Motion Commission has really played a huge part in leading bike ped efforts over the past year. One initiative they've really focused on is to make sure that we put each of our potential projects through the lens of our complete streets policy. Jump to the next one. And I'm sure you're also aware of where we are with each of our previously approved AIM projects, but this is a good recap here of our current multi-use path projects along Cherokee, also along Jefferson River Road, and then most currently Riverbend as well. The latest history item there was the Athens in Motion Commission's vote to recommend the two-way separated bike lane with sidewalk concept on Barber from Newton Bridge Road to Boulevard, and that's what we'll be showing you tonight. They also further recommended extending a multi-use path from Boulevard to Prince Avenue as a future project, and we'll be ready to discuss that as part of tonight's conversation as well. So I believe Barber was actually the last project to get an on-site walk audit before the pandemic, and we had 10 people join that walk. I believe Commissioner Myers attended, along with a member of Historic Athens and some other community members. Comments from the audit were positive in favor of multi-use facilities, with comments focused on safety concerns listed down here as well, and then also some beautification recommendations throughout the corridor. And now I'm going to turn it over to Daniel, who will give you some context for this project as it relates to other current or proposed pieces of the network that are nearby.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. So right here, we can see the general area surrounding the Barber Street area. And starting with the funded projects that we have coming up, we've got Vincent Sidewalks funded with TSPLOST 2020. That is slated for funding towards the end of the program. I don't have an exact tier on that, but we can get that for you if you need it. There will be a complete street analysis in the future to look at the possibility of multi-use paths in that area as that date comes closer. We also have the Jefferson River Road in pink. That is funded through the TSPLOST 2018. That was approved by you guys in November of 2020, and we are currently in the early preliminary design phase. So the next action that you guys will have for that item is going to be to approve the preliminary design in November of 2021. Next here we have the Chase Street Accessibility Project. So that is funded by GDOT. It's a GDOT funded TAP grant that covers 80% of costs, and then we have 20% that we are matching. And that is currently in preliminary engineering as part of the concept development stage and we're following GDOT processes for that.
And that contract was signed today.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, the next steps from you guys will just be to approve the concept that's going to be sometime in the next 12 months. And then anticipated construction would begin fall of 2024. Now, moving into unfunded projects that are either directly tied to this or within the vicinity of the project, we've got the Boulevard Bike and Pedestrian Project, which is Project 10 in the Athens in Motion Plan. That calls for delineated bike lanes, and you can see that highlighted in, I believe it's green. Sorry, it's really small on my screen. That green dash line just along Boulevard. That goes, that's a tier 2 project for bikes, and then for pedestrian, it's a tier 3 project, so a little lower on the Athens in Motion list. And then North Finley Street is also in this area, and that is one of the Athens in Motion bike paths. So it is calling for a delineated bike path. It's a tier 1 project, and so that's where we've actually included segment 4 as an addition, an add-on, because that is a portion of that North Finley Street project. So that one is we'll get into details about that as we're talking about these. It'll also eventually connect to the Greenway network near West-Clarke. I only have the existing Greenway paths on the map, but there is a Greenway path that kind of goes up along in that tax allocation district, which is highlighted in pink. And then that moves on to our other funding opportunities in this area. You'll notice there's a gap from Vincent down to segment 1 of the Barber project. That whole area is in a tax allocation district, and that could potentially fund that gap between North Chase and Vincent. If not, it could make a really good TSPLOST 2023 proposal. So I hope that helps answer any questions about the context.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Good to see all of you this evening. My name is Jared Draper with Tool Design. I was to work on the Athens in Motion plan, and I think that what's exciting is to see these projects continue to move forward from ideas to plan recommendations and now toward implementation. So some background, obviously Barber Street was one of those tier 1 projects, not only from the bikeway side, but also pedestrian. It was identified as in the urban context for a separated bikeway, which could mean everything from shared use path, greenway to separated bike lane. And that tier 1 project was specifically from Boulevard to North Chase Dairy Pack. And so I think that was really important for us to acknowledge as part of this work. At the same time of Athens in Motion, we were able to work through the Chase Street corridor study where there were a number of alternatives. How do we connect Prince Street to Newton Bridge and Dairy Pack? As part of that work, it was really emphasized that Barber Street was the appropriate alignment. Obviously, there was some lower traffic volumes, but ultimately the fact that you didn't have to cross the Loop 10 interchange gave us some opportunities for increased safety if you're going to implement a designated bikeway. And so those two projects together really, I think, are some of the additional background for the work that we've done here. So what I want to do is I want to walk us through the work that's been done over the last few months, where we've looked at this corridor, and you saw on Daniel's map 4 segments. Segment 1, that North Chase Dairy Pack Newton Bridge to the Loop, then Loop 10 to Oneida Waterworks, and then from Oneida Waterworks to Boulevard, and segment 4 being from Boulevard to Prince Street. What we wanted to do was we wanted to really take a deep dive into what are the trade-offs when it comes to different facility types. We know that separated bikeway can mean a number of different things, but there are constraints within this corridor. And how do we give the appropriate weight and understand what those trade-offs mean? And so you can see here the number of things that we looked at to think through the decisions of creating a preferred alternative. So things like right-of-way acquisition, utility relocation, where is existing curb? Could we create a continuous facility? Could we separate the facility, the mode for, instead of having a shared use path, actually having bike and pedestrian modes separated? And so we took into account all of these different pieces while we developed a number of different alternatives. And so along with the 4 segments, we also looked at 3 specific intersections, the Dairy Pack North Chase, the Oneida Waterworks, and the Boulevard intersection. With the segments and those intersections, we actually evaluated 20 different alternatives, looking at those trade-offs at every step of the way. And so from that, there were a number of findings. One was we did have an opportunity to create from Boulevard to North Chase Dairy Pack, a continuous facility, bikeway facility that was separate from the sidewalk, which we thought was a really powerful opportunity. But it does mean that there are other impacts, again, with any of these trade-offs. Utility relocations, even though that is an impact, there was opportunities to improve drainage. Right-of-way impacts, you'll see here shortly. This was done using GIS and parcel data, so no survey was conducted. Hopefully, in future steps, survey will refine some of these elements of what trade-offs actually may occur. We were working within constraints as much as possible, but also thinking about user experience every step of the way. And then also thinking about there are already vehicles that need to use this corridor. There's obviously trucks, but also transit vehicles. And so we wanted to make sure that not only along the corridor, but at every intersection that we were designing and thinking through all of those users and how they may be able to use it. So with that, I'll walk us through from the analysis and evaluation of this corridor, the preferred concept along with the cost associated. So as I mentioned earlier, survey wasn't conducted, but you can see there are a number of parcels along this corridor that may be impacted. The degree of which they're impacted is something that we're still refining. And some of these parcels may have had some type of encroachment that already existed, but all of that will be refined as survey is collected. Our cost, we did a cost separate for each individual segment. We also did a cost for each of the individual intersections. And so what you'll see on the following slides, we're going to walk through from north to south, the intersections, as well as the segments. You'll see a detailed cost for each one of those items, but there will also be a summary of all of those costs at the end. And so all of these with survey and kind of the next step of design will be refined even further. But we do believe that we've accounted for a lot of the things that could be included in the next steps from a cost and funding standpoint. So the first at the very north end here is the Dairy Pack intersection, North Chase. This really begins our design and does kind of connect to that gap that Daniel mentioned along Newton Bridge. Because of the tighter area, we created shared use crossings. So there you can see the shared use path for both bike and ped right here at this intersection. We formalized crosswalks and shortened the distances to make sure that we are really accommodating both bike and ped movements. And then you can see in the red or kind of pink color, those are proposed mountable truck aprons to really slow down turning speeds, but at the same time, make sure that vehicles have the space that they need to make the movements at this intersection. This is also, you can see the transition from shared use path to two separated modes where you have the two-way separated bike lane and the adjacent sidewalk, as well as the detailed cost. The first segment as we move south is from Dairy Pack to Loop 10. This is currently a 4-lane section, and so we didn't actually touch the roadway, but you can see those two different, the bikeway and the sidewalk adjacent to here is that plan view. We did a concept for this entire corridor, and so you can see how it kind of maneuvers in creating, setbacks from the street for driveways, how we would treat not only the driveways, but also cross streets, and having two different crossings for both bikes and for bicyclists and pedestrians along this corridor. The next segment is from Loop 2 to Oneida, and this is where the street actually starts to get a little bit more narrow. And so you can see in the cross section that we've actually shifted the sidewalk to the other side of the street. That was very intentional. That transition happens right at Row Road, where we are thinking about where a sidewalk doesn't exist today, providing sidewalk from that road parking lot toward Oneida, and ultimately accessing Pilgrim's Pride. Now, there's an opportunity where this sidewalk could be shifted back onto the east side of the street, and then we move it over Alexander. It's something that we can obviously explore kind of in the next phase of design to make sure that we have the appropriate location for the desire line of any pedestrian. But you can see it does provide us with the continued facility for the bikeway on the east side of the street, as well as it gives us a lot of, we had to be very careful about the structures of the bridge for Pilgrim's Pride here, and making sure that we were designing within that constraint. That next intersection is Oneida and Waterworks, and you can see here the separated bicycle and the pedestrian crossings. A lot of the same elements that are at Dairy Pack. We've tried to shorten some of those crossing distances, limiting some of the exposure. You have the separate crossings as well as those mountable truck aprons to reduce the turning speed and allow vehicles, the larger vehicles, to make the turns that are necessary. This does provide opportunity for any future connections along Oneida for bicyclists and pedestrians to continue toward North Chase Street. The segment 3 from Oneida to Boulevard is pretty consistent. You can see the sidewalk is back on the east side with the two-way separated bike lane with the 2 lanes of travel. We wanted to make sure there were 11-foot travel lanes because of transit vehicles in this section, as well as making sure there's adequate buffer between the bikeway and the adjacent travel lanes. You can see here how that corridor moves, and this is only a section of that overall segment to try to keep it where it's legible. Between Oneida and Boulevard, you can see those street crossings as well as driveway crossings. Our cost does also include coordination with CSX to make sure that we're accounting for updated infrastructure as well as any kind of permitting and coordination that's necessary with the railroad. The final intersection is the Boulevard intersection. This is a little bit more unique. We think of this as a transition not only to the Boulevard neighborhood, but also crossing into Boulevard Woods Park and moving south toward Prince Street. The proposed concept is a raised intersection, so this would be a flush intersection with all of the different corners. It allows for more of a slow zone at the intersection while keeping the three-way stop. You can see if someone is moving south as a bicyclist, they would move into a shared space and then look around to make sure that there's not a vehicle crossing, move into the intersection, and either go to west along Boulevard or continue south toward Prince. This also provides transition from a shared space going north on Barber, Prince, into, you can see the little ramp that moves them from the street into that shared space and ultimately into the two-way separated bike lane moving north. And so this is a great opportunity not only to be thinking about how we create an aesthetic and a placemaking feature for this intersection, but also increase the safety using the raised intersection. Segment 4 was, again, not part of the Tier 1 project, but we did want to think about how we could improve safety or increase safety in this corridor as you're making the transition the connection from Prince to Boulevard. And so what this really did was it formalized parking along the street using strategic curb extension or bulb outs, where you increase your sight distance for people that are for people on bikes. You're also going to use those curb extensions as a form of traffic calming by narrowing the street in certain places to slow speeds down. It also includes a mid-block crossing near Barrow Street, where we would propose some kind of rapid flashing beacon to make sure that crossing is a little bit more visible. All of these elements don't change the actual bikeway infrastructure on the street, but it does increase the safety through those traffic calming measures and improve sight lines. And my last slide is this one, is the summary of cost. And so you can see we did provide each one of those segments individually, as well as each one of the intersections individually for a total project cost of around $6.7 million. And with that, I will hand it back to Stephen, I believe.
Yeah. So just to think in terms of what that 6.7 billion means in the context of overall budget for Athens in Motion, this slide just really gives you a breakdown of everything that you've already looked at or voted on, including the upcoming multi-use paths on Cherokee, Jefferson, and Riverbend. And you see that we're doing a 50-50 split in funding. The way to look at this budget, you'll see the gray area shows, that top gray area shows you our section of funds for pedestrians, and then the second gray area is the section of funds for bicycles. And then you see the 50-50 splits for each of the different projects there. So after taking into consideration everything you all have already voted on and the estimated cost here, we show that we still have remaining funds available in each of those different accounts. So there's still about $3.6 million left for pedestrian projects after this, and also about $400,000 for bike projects. This is specifically important tonight as we consider the alternative that Rani is about to talk about. So as we mentioned before, Athens in Motion specifically wanted us to look further into that segment from Boulevard to Prince and see what could be done there on top of, the traffic calming measures that Jared was just talking about. So Rani will talk a little bit about, high level cost estimates on what could be done there. And just note that from what it looks like with remaining funds, we'd have to get creative and probably find a different funding source to fully expand that kind of exploratory segment for there. But we can certainly look into doing that. So Rani, I'll turn it over to you to talk a little bit more about that segment and then next steps.
All right. Well, thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Jared. Good evening, Mayor and Commission, and thank you for having me with you. Tool engineer group here, they looked at segment 4 and provided a little bit more than curb bump outs and site visibility improvements and formalizing parking. And they talked with us about adding a shared use path, or what we have called it usually a multi-use path addition that would replace the existing sidewalk on the east side from Boulevard to Prince. And that would be an additional option for bicyclists to take if they don't feel comfortable sharing the road. So the shared road facility will stay as an option for an experienced bicyclist. However, the multi-use path will be there. This option, again, was not as part of the directed top 5 projects in Tier 1 moving forward and approved by Mayor and Commission in 2018 alongside the Athens in Motion plan. However, when we met with Athens in Motion, who took a vote and unanimously approved the Barber Street project from Chase all the way to Boulevard, and also added that staff to look into the segment 4 from Boulevard to Prince for ways to implement a continuation of of a multi-use path. So again, we present this to you today, and we would like to share with you that this is not originally in the Tier 1, the top 5 Tier 1, can be designed and constructed without impact to proposed curb and formalized parking proposed with current project. The estimated added cost is about $1.5 million. It requires extensive right-of-way acquisition with retaining walls, As currently it stands today, we suspect that some of the sidewalk in place is already outside the right-of-way. Preliminary design planned can be completed and concurrent with the current project. So with your direction, we can include the design for a multi-use path. And if at the time of preliminary engineering approval, we have the budget or have allocated additional budgets to address it, we can include it. And therefore, you know, the construction approval would be at that time in November. And the next slide. On the next slide, I'll share with you our next steps for this project. Jared, if you, okay. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I was looking at a different screen. Barber Street Bike and Ped project next steps include, we're looking forward to a public engagement that would run for at minimum 2 weeks. More likely will start late in March and go through the early April weeks. We will have SPLOST and TSPLOST committee reviews based on the funding, and concept approval agenda is scheduled to be on May 4th, and it will include 3 main items. Approve concept and enter into preliminary design phase for 2-way separated bike lane with sidewalks from Newton Bridge Road to Boulevard. Approve concept and enter into preliminary design phase for formalized parking, shared bike facilities, share rows, and extended curb from Boulevard to Prince Avenue, and develop preliminary plans with detailed cost estimate for a 10-foot multi-use path from Boulevard to Prince Avenue without construction funding allocation at this time. So with that, this takes us to the last slide, and we'll take questions from you guys. Thank you for having
Ronnie,
me.
Stephen, and Jared. I really appreciate that, and I'm going to take a point of privilege here. That this may be the most heavily trafficked road in my life on foot, bike, and by motor vehicle. As it happens, I live very close to here, and my sister lives off Newton Bridge Road, so I've got lots of reasons to spend time there, both for leisure and family purposes. I wonder if you could move back to segment 1 for me for a second. So that we can see both the cost estimates as well as that bird's eye view. That's perfect. I appreciate that. And as you observe, this moves from a 2-lane road at the loop to a 4-lane road at the Dairy Pack Newton Bridge intersection. You know, you can see from this graphic that there really are only a couple of curb cuts along here. So a question that I would ask, you know, as to this, you know, set of engineers is, do we really have the vehicular traffic volume to necessitate 4 lanes of asphalt here? And thus the follow-up being, could we save some money, particularly in the right-of-way acquisition bucket, by using the existing road bed and simply moving out the curb line or some other rearrangement? I mean, it's certainly my observation that there's never heavy volume from the loop to Dairy Pack. So, and then after that, I'm certainly happy to kind of hear from commissioners.
Yeah, I just, Mayor, I think that's a great question. We actually, this is within right of way. And so you actually, the Athens-Clarke County has a pretty extensive right of way here. And so we are working within that right of way without touching curb line. So it's just the addition of, which we thought would also be a cost saving measure. So again, this would not require in this section that much of a acquisition. We did look at removing a lane. It gets a little trickier when you get toward Dairy Pack and North Chase when we remove a lane with that 2-way bikeway. We also have some recent kind of stormwater work that's been done out there as well. So we did take a look, and we can we can obviously refine some of those things at the next stage of a design.
I'd definitely be interested in that level of analysis, because of course, parallel, no pun intended, problem that we have are vehicular speeds, and you have people coming into town on Newton Bridge Road really hauling tail, and as I've learned really from all of you, it's the engineering modifications that are going to modify people's vehicular speeds. And so I would be a strong advocate for any lane reductions that could be achieved here. So anyhow, leave that with you kind of as you continue to refine this, and certainly be happy to hear from commissioners on this too. And I know I saw Commissioner Link's hand as she's got one side of the roadway here.
Yeah, I agree with the mayor on looking at that section for some 3-laning. The more we look at these projects and the more I consider bike facilities and the more I ride around town. I have a scooter now. I can't cycle anymore because I have vertigo, but I'm getting around on my scooter, and yeah, I take Barber, just about every time I go out. But that price tag is jaw-dropping. That would leave just a few $100,000 left in the pot to pursue other bike ped projects. And there's so much need. I mean, I can even think of other need in my district. The sidewalks on Hancock need expanding. I'd like to see us approach this project in a more phased way, tackling the areas where there is currently the most need for these facilities, where you've got the goat path along Barber Street, where you definitely have cyclists using Barber Street, and taking the approach where, yes, let's first and foremost calm traffic. I am not a confident cyclist. I never have been a confident cyclist. I'm not, and now that I have vertigo, I'm even less confident, but on a scooter, I'm more so. And I don't have any problems riding down Boulevard. I never feel unsafe on Boulevard as it is. And I don't really feel unsafe on that last little stretch of Barber approaching Prince either. I think that if we could take kind of a phased approach and a traffic calming first approach and figure out how we can get this price tag way down. I know that, for sure there's need for these facilities and bike ped accommodations from Prince Avenue to Oneida Street. There's lots and lots of traffic there, but I really, really question if anybody's going to choose to take a route through the chicken plant, especially once the temperatures creep up into the 80s and 90s. I mean, I live about a mile away and I can smell it from my house. So I really question prioritizing that section, while there are so many other needs throughout the community. But I definitely think that in-town route, the Oneida to Prince is crucial, and improving accommodations on Oneida Street, which might mean simply getting some speed bumps on there to assure that the traffic is calm and it's safer to share the road, a little bit of signage and striping. Because I've never really felt unsafe going down Oneida either. I'm sure maybe it's different at other times of the day when the plant's letting out. But there's a lot of activity going on Oneida Street and those warehouses. So there's definitely people coming and going from that area, from the surrounding neighborhoods. So I really would like to see us take a phased approach and cut this price tag way down and leave more money for some other projects in other areas.
Carol, I know you've taken quite a lengthy look at this as the Athens in Motion plan evolved, and in your time on that body and now. So go right ahead.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting because this kind of ties in the first discussion of the evening with on COVID for me, because before I took off north to where I am visiting for a week in Philadelphia, I rode my bike from the east side down this street to the rapid testing site down there on Newton Bridge Road. So I was just riding this whole part. I was also listening on my way up here on the interstate to the last 4-hour planning department meeting, where they spent a good hour or so on the general time project that is just, coming down the road. And so I have images of the multi-family housing that's going to go in there in that general time property, and the Terrapin project, and the gigantic what is it? The call center for the
Wayfair.
Wayfair there. So I've sort of have all these images in my head as I'm looking at this. The price tag is pretty staggering here. And I noticed that the bulk of it comes from the Oneida Street to Boulevard area. And so when I finish making my other comments, and maybe there aren't that many more, maybe you could address that. I will say that I really think it makes sense to be looking at the section from Boulevard up to Prince Avenue, and well, Daniel or someone was speaking. I pulled up the Athens in Motion project, and for whatever reason, though it doesn't make sense to anyone who rides their bike or uses these roads, but the area from Boulevard all the way to East Hancock is considered a project, which in a sense it makes much more sense to put the part up there by Prince to Boulevard together with everything on that side of Prince. So I really think it does make sense to address that section from Prince at the same time you're doing here. I am interested in how we could cut costs and how we can look at the Oneida, but I also do see this as becoming an even bigger, big thoroughfare as we have those other projects. We hopefully won't need the COVID testing, but we have way more coming on in that whole area. There's also, there's a lot of building going on Newton Bridge Road with single family as well down in that area. So I do think it's a big area that we're going to see a lot of growth in the next couple of years. Anyway, but if you can address the price on the Oneida to Boulevard in a little more detail.
Absolutely. I think it's a great observation. Obviously, one of the key points that I made is that we're trying to refine cost. Would rather be a big number now and us refine it down later as we get more information. Oneida to Boulevard has a lot of utility relocations that are required if we're going to create those separate modes. It also has the railroad crossing, and so we've tried to be. We've been conservative in not only our coordination and permitting, but also in the new crossing infrastructure that would be needed for the railroad, for the two-way separated and the sidewalk. And so that would be a pretty significant upgrade at that location. I would say that those two items alone are probably close to $1 million of that cost when we're thinking about relocating a number of utilities, as well as that working with the railroad.
Hey, Jared, that's a great answer. Thank you. And hi, Jared, again. It's been a couple of years since those early days of Athens in Motion. But I noticed you guys have this 30% contingency in all of this. So, which means it's 30% of it, theoretically could not be spent. But then all of the numbers in the Athens in Motion project lists are all were under budgeted, a couple of years later here. So should I think that there's room to save money in that 30%, or is that going to end up being spent as well?
Would hope that there's room to save money. I think it's a great catch. Without doing survey, it's really hard for us to give you a cost that we feel is extremely accurate. And so we want to make sure, like I said, I would rather give you a conservative number now, and then as we get information, we're able to work through kind of refining those costs. And I think that's really we're at kind of around a % design, if that, without survey. And so a lot of work and refinement still to do. So I would say that there's definitely hope for bringing that number down.
And the last comment I'm just going to make, and I'll pass it on to whoever's next, is just that, with the sidewalks, you can work with a little bit of sidewalk. You don't get that far in 10 minutes, but with the cycling, it's you cover more territory. So in some ways, it doesn't make sense to just do parts of this because it's that connectivity. And if we can, look into the future and see that section that Kelly travels all the time will be more used, that might make that section more palatable to work with. But that is, what is it, 1.5 million? But okay, well, I'll let someone else speak.
And I think Commissioner Edwards has identified some thoughts.
Thanks. I think this is a great project, much needed. I can see it serving many thousands, hundreds of thousands of users over the years, especially if we can tie it over to the Greenway. I see this just as a major safe corridor for families all over the Boulevard, Normaltown area to safely bicycle. And so where would that Greenway connection possibly occur?
Yeah, I can probably speak to that. So there has been conversations with that West-Clarke's property in the past about their desire to have a Greenway connection through their property, and so it could tie in down there at that Dairy Pack Road area. And this is it's a high priority project that goes along the North Oconee River from the Nature Center up to Holland Youth Sports Complex. And I believe it was proposed as a TSPLOST 2020 project, but it did not get approved as one of those funded.
And the Greenway Network Plan, if you're just kind of looking in that and you're searching for keywords, describes something called the Nature Center Loop. And so that's that would cross the river in the vicinity of Dairy Pack Road. And so under that provision, you could live off Boulevard or off Cathwood and cross the river right there and get to Sandy Creek Nature Center pretty much immediately.
Great.
Yeah, and that's the west branch of it. There's a west and an east, and so if you're looking for the specific project, Nature Center Loop West.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge supporter of multi-use paths and safe ways for families to navigate our community. The price tag to me is worth it when you think about the work that we do as a local government in investing in our infrastructure and how that attracts business, families, the kind of development that we want. Extending this safe path up Newton Bridge will only help encourage more economic development in that area. And so this to me is a very wise investment. It's connecting a dense urban neighborhood with lots of families to future Greenway connection and future amenities north of downtown. So I'm a big supporter of this plan. I think y'all have done a good job.
Any other thoughts before we move on to policing and mental health?
I have a quick question about Chase Street. Where are we with the roundabout traffic calming plan for Chase Street when we're talking about connectivity from the dense urban neighborhoods? Because there are destinations on Chase Street now, and there's greater potential for more of them at this point. And I just question, like, how does one cycle to those destinations if one were to live in Boulevard or Normaltown? Because Chase Street's left out of this connectivity pattern.
And Commissioner Link, are you referring to the North Chase Street improvement TAP funded on the slide?
Yeah, with the roundabouts.
I don't need it in the loop.
The loop. Yeah, all the roundabouts that supposedly are being planned.
Sure, and I'll be more than happy to give you feedback. And just like the mayor mentioned, the master contract for preliminary engineering and design, this is the contract that will be followed by task orders to start the project design following the GDOT local administered projects flow. Usually takes much longer time than local projects. We're looking at 3 to 4 years design that will take us to final design with authorization to go for bid, and that's what GDOT calls it, letting. Like I said, we just signed had the mayor sign the master contract within the next 2 weeks. We anticipate to have a notice to proceed and move forward with the concept report development for GDOT and their approval, and as well as Athens or Mayor Commission approval as well. And that is anticipated within the next 12 months. The feds and GDOT has authorized funding for the design portion of this project, not to exceed $1 million with 20% funding from Athens-Clarke County. Not too long ago, this body has authorized the mayor to sign the master agreement with the prime selected for the design work.
So will it include bike and pedestrian accommodations for the whole length of Chase Street?
That project, it includes accommodation for pedestrians by sidewalks, and the accommodation for bicyclists was through a delineated or shared facility. So it would be sharrows in the roadway.
On the road.
And that, if you recall the slide that Jared showed early on the slides he was talking about, that's where Barber Street was selected to be the main route for bicyclists with dedicated facilities versus Chase Street, especially from the CSX bridge going towards the loop and north up to Newton Bridge Road. That's designated as more of a commercial segment of Chase Street. And also, if I know that the image is pretty small, but you can see that Boulevard plays a huge role in taking that bike traffic for bikers who are not comfortable to be within, feet of commercial vehicle to take Barber Street if that's their choice of travel.
Well, considering we seem to be moving towards multi-use paths, do you foresee it being feasible to put a multi-use path along Chase Street rather than that shared facility? I know there's a stream crossing, which would mean you'd have to put in a little bridge, but
we will be working with GDOT, and at that point, if you like, we can schedule a work session to brief you guys what we are doing with GDOT. Right now, the concept that they have looked at as part of the TAP application showed sidewalks. So if we're going to go and change to multi-use path, I don't think there would be a problem, but definitely added cost to the project.
And you may recall that in our earlier discussion, as we were preparing to submit to GDOT, staff really identified that CSX bridge as a limiting factor because that's probably decade plus out in terms of replacement. And so the sort of cross pattern, essentially to kind of use Boulevard to get to, what you might think of as a safer facility for kids.
I'm thinking more from Oneida down to Newton Bridge, getting that connectivity, Barber, cross over to Oneida and down Chase, because I feel like people are going to be using Chase anyways. They're not going to go all the way out of their way and through the chicken plant, and just the fact that it's the most obvious route anyways. It's the route everybody's used to driving in their car. I'm just thinking of if it would be better to invest this funding in proper bike ped facilities in that Chase Street project. We're going to leave this bike ped funding with, $700,000 in there to get through the next 3 or so years before if we pass another TSPLOST, before that money starts coming in. We've got Lexington Highway that desperately needs a mixed use path with, a big, huge residential compound going up there. Just feel like we really need to weigh our overall needs in the community I just and I know, living in Boulevard and feeling my privilege, and knowing the needs in other parts of the community. I'd just really like to see that more equity in that investment across the community.
I think Commissioner Myers had another point.
Just a real quick point. I did want to point out in response to Commissioner Russell Edwards' point about connectivity that Cleveland Road is also a Tier 1 sidewalk project, and that is a path for connectivity that's used to the present, to get close to the present greenway. I use that regularly for just getting around to different places. So, and I did check on that. And I will say though that coming up, I'm not in terms of coming up Chase Street after the other day on the bike. I actually came back on Chase Street because I was heading to the library, and it's pretty hairy at that the intersection, with all the with the bypass there, and in fact it was and the trucks as well. That was another thing, up until I went over the bridge. The little railroad bridge where it went to a single lane, it was clear it was much hairier riding there than it was on the on Barber Street. So anyway, just those 2 points there.
Yeah, hopefully that hairiness will go away when we have 3 roundabouts on Chase Street.
All right, anyone? I appreciate.
I had a comment if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Thank you. And so I read through it here a little bit, but just to get clarification for all these segments, the separate bike lanes and sidewalk, that's going to be cheaper than doing multi-use trail on every segment here?
There's going to be some sections that it would make more sense, like from a cost standpoint, to do multi-use. However, that one of the goals, as we kind of talked about, was how do we create separated infrastructure to reduce conflict points between bikes and pedestrians. Think about what this corridor offers, which is, one of the most direct routes north of the loop. We thought that was really one of the pieces of our evaluation and matrix that was important. To do multi-use, it doesn't mean that there's not added cost to rip up sidewalk and make things change utility poles or anything like that. And so we think that there's a lot more value in separating those uses, potentially for a little bit less, around the same cost as it would be to implement a multi-use path.
Okay, I hear you. If it's going to be close, then yeah, I definitely understand that. I was just trying to see if there was a way for us to actually find an extra bit of money, say that $1.5 million, that we could actually do that segment between Prince, what's recommended, possibly an alternative is a multi-use trail. But thank you for answering that. And then my 2 other comments is on segment 2, where we have the sidewalk crossing over, and I get that because of the need that's there, but I really feel like, again, if what we're talking about here is doing what is going to be best, and we're going to do that, even though it might be a little more expensive, it's the most valuable thing. To me, it really seems like we should, at this point, just have the sidewalk on both sides of the street here. Not force people to have to cross mid-block, which I know is a danger in itself. And it's not that long of a segment. And I would really just love to see us continue the sidewalk on both sides. And potentially, I guess this is throwing out to everybody who might have some connections. I know here in the recent future, Pilgrim's Pride has been a partner in a lot of ways with things. And I see that the sidewalk, especially on the other side where it crosses over, would be a huge benefit to Pilgrim's Pride. I wonder if we could have some discussions with them about them contributing in any kind of way they possibly could to bring the cost down on this so that we could actually have sidewalk running on both sides of the street there.
That's a great comment. One of the issues right now with the sidewalk is that we are trying to navigate the supports of their bridge that goes over. And so there's not actually space for us to run a separated bikeway sidewalk on both sides. It's one of the most constrained points in our entire corridor so it's kind of the sidewalk on that one side really gives us the best spacing without having to move a lot more of the roadway pieces or touch that structure. So we can definitely dive into that even more in kind of the next phase of design, but that is one of the primary reasons that it's the concept is shown the way it is.
I think following up on Tim's point, I mean, the functional reality will be people will be walking in that bike path.
Yeah, and that was another point that I saw on this is that, and I understand us like talking about how the want to be consistency through there and having paths that aren't shared and separating those things out. But at the same time, the truth is that we're building multi-use trails across our entire county, whether it's the Firefly, the Greenway, Vincent Drive, all these ones actually going to actually engage with these ones. And I do definitely see some serious confusion with people maybe about how they end up changing those things out, especially people who are not necessarily a serious cyclist, about how these things are used. But if the cost isn't going to be that different, if we were to change the multi-use rather than have this, then I'm definitely good with this for the reason that y'all stated. But if there was room that we could actually save some money to continue this thing all the way down to Prince and have segments be multi-use, which again is kind of the default that we're using in Athens-Clarke County in the past, present, and future, that seemed to make sense too.
I got a question. I know with the tiny windows here, it's hard to see when we raise our hands. So I'm just curious, when Athens-in Motion voted on the 3rd at the special called session, were they voting to say they wanted to see this entire project moved forward as the next priority? Or were they, what was that vote on exactly?
So the vote covered the proposed segments 1 through 3, going forward with that right now. And then the request was to further look into segment 4. So we actually didn't have the cost estimate for them for that $1.5 million for segment 4. They were looking to add that as a recommendation, either as part of this project or as a future project if we don't have enough funding.
Okay, so was their recommendation essentially to use up the remainder of that SPLOST and TSPLOST money to do this next? Am I understanding that?
Well, that's
correctly?
a great question. I can't speak for them because I know they have lots of other things they'd also like to fund, but I know this is an important project as well.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's something I'd like to, maybe reach out to them, or if there's I can follow up with some of the members of that commission, but I'd be curious their thoughts, if they want this to move forward and this uses up the rest of the funding, how much funding was a conversation there. Because in general, I want to be mindful of the work that's put in by a committee who's dedicated to exactly this, while also, unclear on whether they've had to take in the same cost considerations as us. And I guess to that end, if they were looking at having to prioritize sections, did they indicate at all, like which direction they'd like to go, or whether they thought it was useful to do just a single section at a time?
No, we didn't ask it, that's right.
Yeah, they didn't. They indicated that the segments 1 through 3 were their preference, along with that exploratory component of 4.
Okay, but there wasn't like if we had to pick where to start and we can only do one for now, they didn't say whether they wanted to start on 1 or 4 or anything like that.
That's right.
All right, thanks.
Jesse, I'm just going to jump in here since I have kind of a little response there. If that's okay, just a real quick response. Is back when I was in Athens-in Motion in the fall before joining the commission, Riverbend was the first thing that we looked at in 2 different parts. So we kind of like looking at the whole thing, but then transportation and public works to make it make sense divided into 2 for us. And we're the ones who brought up the fact that, hey, let's forget about that 1 part section. So that was a recent history that Athens-in Motion made that move on their own. But it would be interesting to get the discussion, obviously, from the individuals as well. But they're pretty forceful groups. So I kind of think that if they didn't want one, they would have said it because they're not shy.
All right. Russell.
In that same vein, I'm looking at the costs. I mean, if we took out the Oneida to Dairy Pack, that's 1.5, and we did multi-use from Boulevard to Prince. But then I guess Dairy Pack to the Loop would just have nothing, or what's existing there?
It's currently a 4-lane street
with just a grass shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, would it be? I mean, just trying to kind of collect all this because it is really complex. Would it benefit commissioners just to see the cost mock-up of a shared trail from the corner of Boulevard and Barber to Dairy Pack, a 10 or 12 foot shared use facility? Would you like to see that rough cost estimate at this point?
That would help me.
Yeah, and I'm also interested in traffic counts and speeds along each section to understand the flexibility. I mean, we brought up the 3-laning to calm the traffic, and if we're gonna understand just what the risks are in certain areas. I mean, quite frankly, along that section from the chicken plant on, there's really not much going on. There will be some destinations, but that's a couple years down the line before anything is really going on at that general time.
I would identify that, given that there's a lot of multifamily activity already on Cathwood, that those are kids who would be able to get into town and families who'd be able to get into town safely.
Yeah, I'd also like to understand, all this in context with what's going to happen on Chase Street. I think that could factor into some decision making, and I don't know that Athens in Motion was made aware of that.
All right, so certainly, if we could just get kind of very rough costs of a single shared use facility for the segments encompassing 1 through 3, that'd be great. Obviously, really enormous amount of work that's gone into this. So thank you all. Appreciate it very much, particularly Jared coming back to town to do a little more work with us. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and move into our next discussion around policing and mental health, something that obviously in the context of our recent retreat and then in many, many conversations prior to that, we've talked about. So, Blaine, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you to begin introductions of everybody we're going to hear from.
Thank you, Mayor. And tonight we have Chief Cleveland Spruill with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department and Tammy Conlon with Advantage Behavioral. And just to remind you and the audience, in January and end of February, we had 2 special work sessions regarding policing and use of force. I had some very far-reaching discussions about what the policies are and what the approaches are to that. Had some very good questions. And then this was a natural progression to continue talking about policing and mental health in our co-responder program. Also, you have brought forth the Cahoots program from another jurisdiction as a potential model. And so our folks will talk about that this evening. And in this, and we are in our budget season now, this is a very timely discussion to be had because the chief is advancing some recommendations on the expansion of our current co-responder unit approach, and he'll cover all that tonight. Chief, Tammy, thanks for being with us. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Manager Williams, and thank you all, Mayor Girtz and the Commission for allowing us to talk on this very important subject tonight. As the manager said, the purpose of our presentation is to provide some information about the Athens-Clarke County Police Department's mental health policies and practices. And although this came back up at the February 18th meeting, I believe over a year ago, there was some discussion at some of the commission meetings. I think Commissioner Thornton brought up the idea about maybe looking at Cahoots and other programs to see how they compared or contrasted with our program, and if we could move toward improving or use something from those programs. And so, as the manager said at the February 18th meeting, we made a decision that we would come back to you at a work session and present to you. And so, although I am going to take the lead on the presentation tonight, as the manager said, I certainly am not the subject matter expert on this. And so this is our behavioral health program has been a team effort from the very start. As the manager said, tonight we have the Chief Executive Officer from Advantage Behavioral Health Systems, Tammy Conlon, who's with us. We have Katie McFarland and Officer Robbie Cochran. They were actually our original behavioral health co-responder team. Also, another member of my team that I have here with me is Josh Watkins. We didn't get his picture up, but he handles planning for the police department, and he administers the grant, several grants involving our behavioral health program. So tonight, just a quick overview of what we'll be trying to cover. We're going to cover our Athens-Clarke County Mental Health Collaborative. We're going to talk a little bit about the Cahoots program and kind of contrast and compare our program, what we do and how we do things compared to what they do and what the differences and similarities are. And then we're going to take a look ahead as far as what we had been on track for, what we had been planning for, and get an idea of whether we're heading in the right direction or whether we want to pivot based on this review tonight. I did want to pause for a minute to acknowledge that, as you know, the Athens-Clarke County Mental Health Collaborative was recently renamed. It was renamed in honor of Jerry B. Neesmith, who was a former commissioner for Athens-Clarke County, and he had an untimely death. And we felt, because he was a strong supporter of the Athens-Clarke County Mental Health Collaborative, that we would rename the program in honor of him. So if you hear me refer to it as the Jerry Neesmith Behavioral Health Co-Responder Unit or Program, that's why. So I know the manager during a recent retreat, the mayor, manager, and the commission went through a number of points that related to the mental health and addiction issues, and we used that fishbone diagram to highlight a number of goals or a number of things we wanted to try to look at achieving going forward. And so we took that into consideration when I was trying to put this presentation together. I think at that retreat, someone asked questions about the data and some of the things that were going on here in Athens-Clarke County. The way the behavioral health program began is back in 2015, we began to look at the whole mental health issue here. And we began to do research on people that were incarcerated at our jails. And what we were finding is that there was disproportionality as far as the number of people who were in the jail that were affected by mental health, and that 91% of the Advantage clients that were in our jails, they had multiple arrest histories. They had been there on multiple occasions. The average number of times that people who were Advantage clients were there in the jail was 12.7. So almost 13 times was the average number that they were there. That's in comparison to 5.4%, which was the non-Advantage clients or other folks that are in jail. So you can see that their numbers are much higher. Also, the length of stay that they were encountering when they went to jail was almost triple for the Advantage clients. So when they went to jail, their average length of stay was 22.7 days in jail compared to 8.1. So when they're getting in jail, not only they're going to jail more frequently, but they also are finding it harder to navigate through the system to get bail bond or get out of jail when they do get there. And then 53% of the people who were advantage clients that went to jail in 2016 actually returned to jail during that year. And that's over half of them returned to jail. And that's compared to 36% of the general population that was were not clients. So the research determined the need for increased and improved mental health response. So in 2016, the police department developed and implemented the first co-responder team. We'll talk a little bit more about that in the future in a minute. And then in 2020, we added a second co-responder team based on the success of that initial program or the initial team. Just some more data, and I think Commissioner Myers asked about this at the last meeting. I don't think I had the numbers, but she asked what percentage of the jail population were people who were known to be addicted to substances or were suffering from mental health issues. And at that time when we did that study, it showed that about 38% of the jail population either were known to be addicted to a substance or they suffered from mental health issues. 47% had co-occurring substance abuse and mental health disorder. And later when Ms. Conlon talks, I think she can talk a little bit more about the fact that we find that many of our people that we're encountering that have mental health issues also are dual diagnosed with substance abuse issues. We talked earlier about 53% returning to jail within that 12-month period. 64% had been arrested more than 5 times in their lifetime. We did interviews to try to understand how we could better connect these clients to services, resources, to try to work with them. And some of the things that we saw that were recurrent issues was there was a lack of information. We didn't have a lot of information about a lot of the folks. Some of them were homeless, or information about where to find them and whether they had family members, whether they had insurance, things like that, and just what kind of resources we could bring to bear. Then also the perception of mental health and mental illness. I've said many times before that mental illness is not a crime. It's an illness. And so we can't, we were very careful where people would see someone acting up or behaving in a certain way, and they'd want that person to go to jail, where we felt the focus should be on finding them services and diverting them away from jail. And then there were other consumer issues and institutional barriers that were in place. Just the partners that were involved in the co-responder unit, the core members were, of course, the police department, Advantage Behavioral Health, the University of Georgia, Fanning Institute, and then the Clarke County Sheriff's Office. So in 2015, we began the first phase with some of the research that we talked about already. And we began to collaborate and look at trying to figure out how we could reduce the prevalence of individuals with mental disorder that were going to jail. Trying to figure out how we could divert them into other resources because we know that they did not belong in jail. In 2017, we expanded the program, and that was when we first initiated the first team. That was Robbie and Katie, and you'll hear from them in a few minutes. And then in 2019, we got a justice grant to further expand the program, and I'll talk a little bit about what we were doing, what we're doing with that money in the program going forward. And then, so annually at that time, we're up until 2019, we were invested about $237,000 to have the 2 teams of co-responders, which is each team is made up of a specially trained Athens-Clarke County police officer who's partnered with a licensed clinical social worker or a licensed mental health professional, and they work together. And the aim of their program is to assist and connect people in crisis to appropriate community resources, develop subject matter experts, not just with that team, but also to give all of our officers a higher level of understanding of how to respond when they're dealing with people in mental crisis, to improve interactions with people in crisis, their families and their service providers, and then to reduce repeated risk behaviors and encounters with law enforcement. We know that although mental illness is not a crime, that if it's left unchecked, oftentimes people who are suffering from mental illness will have encounters with the criminal justice system, and we want to try to work to stop that from happening. So some of our core tasks was of the co-responder unit is to respond as a team during recognized crisis events. So as they're riding around on the street, they're listening to the radio. If they hear something on the radio that seems like it has a mental health nexus, then they'll transition and respond on that call to provide those services. They do an immediate assessment of safety and risk where they come in face-to-face contact with the individual to try to determine what the issues are and how they can best be served or helped. And they guide that individual in crisis toward resources and services instead of moving them towards jails or taking them to the emergency room. And then another piece is that they engage with individuals over the long term on a long-term basis. And so a lot of what the unit will do is reviewing police reports to see if they see names of people who they know have had a history of mental illness, or if they see anything in that report that might suggest that that mental illness may be a factor, and then they will follow up with those individuals over a long term, because we know our best success at stopping some of the incidents is to get to them early and get them resources before they get into crisis. So in 2020, for example, here's some of the data that unit was involved in. They reviewed over 14,000 reports. They coordinated resources in over 2,000 cases. They did outreach assessments, more than 600 of those. They conducted 44 training sessions and provided mental health consultation in 142 different instances. They coordinated care over 1,000 times, and they were involved in the community partner meetings on 68 occasions. At this point, I think what I want to do is I want to let the behavioral health co-responder team, which is Robbie Cochran and Katie McFarland, just jump in for a minute to talk about some of the notable successes that their programs have been involved in. So Katie and Robbie, are you there?
We are, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Take it away.
Okay, so thank you. Hello, everybody. So yes, we are pretty excited about our program and some of the attention we have received. We have been featured in Georgia Cities Magazine through the Georgia Municipal Association, the Georgia Courts Magazine, the National Association of Courts Managers. We've presented at conferences and presentations for both criminal justice and behavioral health organizations. Through our collaborative work, Advantage actually won an award through NAMI Georgia as the CIT Gold Partner. And the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities gave Advantage an Outstanding Provider Award for the work that we are doing here in Athens-Clarke County. So we definitely have a lot of folks looking at us. Robbie, do you want to talk about the jurisdictions?
Yes, so not only are we having articles written about us and what our agencies are doing, we also have other agencies actually coming to us. And we've had about 8 or 9 different agencies come to us, including Forsyth, the City of Gainesville, Savannah, Moultrie PD, Carroll County, Brookhaven, Augusta, Richmond County, and recently the City of Decatur have all come to us to figure out how we're doing what we're doing exactly.
So thank you, Robbie and Katie. And what I'll say is that, this team has not only trained and been out on the street responding. Just to give you a quick example of some of the work that they're doing is Robbie, and you're going to see in a slide coming up here shortly, where I think a week or two ago, a lady was up on top of a building. She was threatening to jump, and the co-responder team went out, and the person that's sitting here with us tonight, Robbie Cochran, I don't know if he has any experience in firefighting, but he went up on a firefighter's ladder, talked with that individual for an extended period of time, and was able to use the skills that he had developed to talk that woman into coming down off of that building without further incident. At this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop sharing for a minute because my bandwidth is not strong enough, and I'm going to let one of my assistants share a video, a very brief video with you. So let me do that. Got no volume.
All right, let's try it again.
So I always tell officers, first things first is to take a deep breath. Mental health calls are not fast.
I like you. Okay, cool. I like you too.
They are very time intensive sometimes. And so if they can go ahead and be prepared for that when they get on scene, take a deep breath, be patient, listen, look, assess the situation.
So you're upset because someone stole your tool?
Crisis intervention training is extremely important because it's giving the officers the tools that they need when they encounter someone that is suffering from this.
And so this is the case I was talking to you about with Officer Cochran when he went up on top of the building to talk that individual down. Okay, so I'm going to continue on. So I did want to include this slide because it really shows how complex the whole issue of figuring out how to provide services and resources and the dynamics involved in the mental health program. So I know when we were talking about it at the retreat, it seemed, a little complex, but when you look at all the different people who play a part in this maze of programs, it can become very complicated.
And Chief, your screen is not showing to us, but I've just made you presenter, so you should be able to share at this point.
Okay. Is it showing now?
No, sir. Here it comes.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. So, and we've talked about some of the refinements in the program between 2017 when we first had our first co-responder team and today. So we've enhanced training for all of our officers. And so every officer goes through crisis intervention training. They also have an advanced crisis intervention training. And then very recently, we implemented the ICAT training, which was a higher level training to teach people how to deal with people who are in mental crisis and de-escalate those kinds of situations. In 2019, we had a Justice Department grant that allowed us to implement a data sharing database that allows us to share information among the partners in this thing, but without violating any of the HIPAA rules. And that should be coming on pretty soon. That's something that we've been really looking forward to. Diversion program caseworkers. These are people who are going to be focused on what I talked about earlier, looking at the reports and the data early on, trying to get out to people in need and provide them services before we find them in crisis. And then also to be able to follow up with those individuals afterwards to check on them, see how they're doing, make sure they're still taking their medication and seeing their doctors and things like that. And then continuing to do training. We talked a little bit about the crisis intervention team training, and you saw some video on that. I've extended opportunities to the commissioners to attend that training. I think it's very worthwhile training, and you would learn a lot about the program from attending that. And I'll be sure to make sure that we continue to push out opportunities to attend that training. Also, in the refinement stage, we're doing more to collect data and to analyze that data to see, what it's telling us about when, where, and how. And I'll talk about a little bit more about that in a minute when I talk about cahoots. But when do we need to have our folks in the field? Is it something that needs to be 24 hours a day and things like that? They also have implemented mental health screening tools that are used when they're out in the field. And then just equipment that they can utilize when they're out in the field to do their jobs better. There's some specialized training and professional development that goes on to get our officers up to speed. And then there's a continued examination of the project task. In 2020, this year, we established a second behavioral health co-responder team that began in February of 2020, so almost doubled our capacity for what we can do. And then we continue to try to refine through finding advocates who will, speak for the program, help us continue the program. And we are, going forward, we are looking at expanding our team. We've had such great success with it that we're looking at expanding with additional teams. What I want to do now is transition. I want to pivot into cahoots for a minute. I talked a little bit about our program, and I'm sure you have questions. I'll be glad to answer those, but I want to talk about cahoots for a minute. Cahoots is a program that originally came out of Eugene, Oregon, and Cahoots stands for Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets. And in the Cahoots program, at least the original Cahoots program, they provided 24-hour-a-day service. There was 2 vans, and they would be out on the street. They would monitor the police radios, and they would be dispatched to calls for service that met certain criteria. One difference between them and our program is instead of pairing a police officer with a mental health worker, they pair a medic with a police officer. And so the kinds of calls that they would respond to were calls for mental health crisis, calls dealing with people who were homeless, if there was a call dealing with someone with substance abuse, and then threats of suicide. However, in cases where there was violent activity, where there was a criminal offense, or where there was higher level care needed, this unit is not dispatched. In fact, one of the co-responders of this Cahoots program made a statement saying, partnership with the police has always been essential to our model. And I don't have a coherent vision of a society that has no police force. I'll come back to that later on, but even in the Cahoots program, there's certain types of calls that they won't go on unless there's a police present with them. So this is a lot of data about their program in comparison to our program. And so their community is slightly larger than ours. Our county is in landmass is larger than theirs. Our poverty rate is higher than theirs. And I won't take the time to go through all of the details here, But what I will say is that they are comparable, but they do slightly different things than ours do. They have a little bit more coverage than us because they are 24 hours, 7 days a week. One of the differences that I think makes our program a little stronger is that with our teams, we have a licensed mental health professional, which means they can do what's called a 1013, and they can commit a person right there in the street. And so we have a higher level of mental health professional with us out in the street, where there's in many instances they'll have mental health workers, but they won't be a licensed provider, and they don't have the authority or the ability to do some of the things that ours have the ability to do. So when we look at our program again, we provide immediate scene safety and reduced liability when we have a police officer there with us at the scene. We have direct access to behavioral health records because Advantage is the behavioral health provider for the county. Our program is tailored in response to our specific local community's interests and needs. And we maintain an established relationship with community stakeholders and resources. Our teams actually sit on the state CIT board and subcommittees related to the mental health co-response. And then finally, our co-response teams share what they've had, and we've been sought after throughout the state to provide that information and how we do things, and other folks have tried to pattern after us. I just do want to cover some common misconceptions about behavioral health co-responder teams, and this is regardless of whether it's the Athens-Clarke County program or whether it's the Cahoots program. One of the common misconceptions is that an unarmed, licensed clinical social workers or volunteers will go in to deal with an individual with a knife or gun without the police there. That's a misconception. In our program, it won't happen. And in the Cahoots program, it will not happen. That we're going to be able to respond to all mental health calls, that we're going to catch those calls. One of the things that I often point out is that, we had a number of shootings in 2019, and in those shootings, when those calls were dispatched, there was nothing in all but one of those calls. There was nothing in the dispatch or nothing that the caller gave to the call taker that would have suggested that this is a call where a person is suffering from mental illness and you need to dispatch the co-response unit. So a lot of times when our co-response units, co-responder units are out, they'll be listening to the radio and they'll pick up on it because of a location. They may recognize the address, a name, they may recognize the name, or other factors because they're listening to the radio. But not in all instances are we going to be able to be there, number one, or number two is, are we going to recognize it as a call that needs to send a co-response unit? And that we're always going to be in the field. Right now, we only have 2 teams, and within a few months, we'll have a third team, but we don't have 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week coverage. I'm going to talk about our efforts to increase the size of our unit, but even with that, we still won't have 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week coverage. That information and data sharing is seamless among the stakeholders. I talked about HIPAA earlier and the fact that there are some rules, HIPAA rules, that will not allow Advantage even to share certain information with the police department. So it's not always seamless when it comes to sharing data and information. That follow-up services are provided by a single individual. It takes a team, and so there's multiple stakeholders that need to be brought to bear to be successful at dealing with any of the people that we find in crisis and are trying to get assistance. And then the last one is that because there's a police officer assigned with those units or with that co-response team, that the response teams are there to arrest people. That's absolutely not the case. And what you'll find is that the number of arrests that those teams make throughout the year is very low. And in fact, what their goal is to divert them away from arrest and find other resources and alternatives. Now, some of the time, they will come to a point where they feel that all other alternatives are not viable and that arrest may be the best situation in a certain case, but that's rare and rarely do they make arrests. Looking ahead. So we are in phase 3 of the grants now. As I mentioned earlier, that includes the HIPAA compliant information sharing database. It's going to include the two diversion worker, the diversion worker for 2 years. We're going to continue to do data collection and analysis, mental health screening tools, all the things I talked about earlier, we're going to continue to do. Our third co-responder team will be starting in within a month or two. And so that will be 3 teams on the street. In our budget this year, I had already requested 4 additional mental health teams to fund those 4 teams. And those teams would include 4 more licensed clinical social workers, 2 of which would be at a supervisory level, and then 4 additional officers. And so that was the future, and that was what we were looking to and before the February 18th meeting. But after the February 18th meeting, we said maybe we need to take a look at cahoots and see if we need to pivot to include some of the type things that they're doing. What I want to do at this point is I want to invite Tammy Conlon in to just give some thoughts about the program we have now, and also her thoughts on cahoots. I know we've asked her to take a look at that and offer any comments that she may have. Tammy?
Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Mayor and Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts and concerns and considerations this evening. So first, I think it's important to say right off that the co-responder team model was implemented in Athens-Clarke County, was based on the research specific to the needs of Athens-Clarke County. And I think Chief mentioned that in his PowerPoint presentation. It was really specific to the needs of Athens-Clarke County. Currently, the 2 existing co-responder teams have shown positive outcomes. Both respond to 911 calls involving mental health issues, and they've demonstrated effectiveness in diverting individuals from the jail or further police involvement. We also have a long-standing statewide mobile crisis response system known as the Behavioral Health Link, and I'm not sure if everyone is aware of that, but they can send out in-person teams to respond to acute emergent mental health crisis. Of 146 mobile crisis calls to Behavioral Health Link from July 2020 to January 2021, 17% of those calls required law enforcement who either led the encounter or accompanied the clinician. Both the co-responder and the statewide crisis teams are highly integrated into Advantage's continuum of care, and they manage most of the calls involving mental health concerns in Athens-Clarke County already. The co-responder teams utilize our Behavioral Health Crisis Center, and I encourage you all, if you have not had a chance, once we get a little more COVID-free, we would be happy to give you a tour of the facility. But our BHCC provides access to 24/7 crisis walk-in. So it's similar to like a psychiatric ER, and they have a 23-hour observation unit and a 30-bed crisis stabilization unit. So the co-responder teams collaborate ongoing with this, with our BHCC. And this, one thing that I'd like to also stress is when clients arrive at our BHCC, that we have what we call the living room, but they're greeted by a certified peer specialist who is trained in de-escalation, and they assist with engaging the clients into treatment. Peers, working with peers. So these folks have a lived experience in recovery either from mental health or addiction. So it's easier for them to engage them in treatment at times. Currently, we have an ongoing collaboration happening between our co-responder teams and the street outreach program, who are consistently engaging the homeless population and providing resources in Athens-Clarke County. And most importantly, neither the CAHOOTS team nor the co-responder teams respond to 911 violent calls. So that's, I think Chief mentioned that too, that neither team is going to respond to a 911 call that has the potential for violence. Furthermore, I think it's important to account for the differences between the service access in Oregon, where the CAHOOTS model was started, versus what's available in Georgia. Mental Health America ranks Oregon 24th in terms of access to care, while Georgia is ranked 51st. So Oregon's a Medicaid expansion state, and more than 95% of the adults and 98% of the children have healthcare coverage, which is very different in the Athens-Clarke community. I think it's important also to recognize the limitations that any team is likely to face with the most important piece of the process, which is getting clients into needed care that can be sustained over time. Athens-Clarke does have a lot of resources, many more than many in the state, but still lack access to both behavioral health care for the uninsured and those facing multiple stressors, especially access to adequate housing. I think expanding crisis intervention services with non-licensed volunteer staff is a concern for Advantage. It's somewhat unclear from the CAHOOTS literature that was available online, but it appears that the model does utilize largely volunteer workforce who are trained in crisis intervention practices, but are not licensed behavioral health professionals. And I think this raises an issue for us about the quality of care, especially during crisis situations. Individuals often present with complex needs, and especially during crisis situations, it may not be fully explained by the mental illness or substance use. It's imperative that individuals be evaluated thoroughly and carefully by someone with extensive training in risk assessment. And we believe that utilizing a licensed behavioral health care provider to deliver this type of intervention is far the most safe, most ethical, and the most efficient way to provide this service. So CAHOOTS does bring things to the table that the co-responder program does not. As Chief mentioned, they have EMT responders, and they include volunteer crisis intervention workers, and they have the ability to provide non-emergency medical care on site, as well as transportation for individuals served to treatment appointments. So rather than adding a CAHOOTS model to Athens-Clarke, our recommendation is to consider expanding on what we have in place that has proven to be effective. As Chief mentioned, considering expanding the number of teams in the community, but also maybe consider including an on-call medical response who can provide emergency medical care on site, because that is something that the CAHOOTS model does bring to the table. If that would happen, we expect that would reduce the unnecessary ER visits that happens a lot. Furthermore, considering the expansion of the current team to maybe include case management, which would also be able to help with ongoing linkage of care for those individuals who may refuse care, provide ongoing resources to mitigate future crisis, and transportation maybe when public transportation isn't an option. So if that were added, we would possibly see the reduction in the 911 utilization by providing preventative services to the frequent utilizers. And then lastly, maybe consider the allocating funds to expand access to low-cost housing, ongoing medical care, ideally the mobile medical care, and other social support programs that have demonstrated effectiveness in reducing the utilization of crisis services. And that's all I have, Chief.
Thank you, Tammy. And so with that, Mayor and Commission, if there are questions, we'd be glad to try to respond to any questions you may have.
Chief and Tammy and everybody else who's kind of provided some presentational opportunity, I appreciate it a bunch. I know there are a number of questions, and Tammy, particularly in the last couple of minutes, I think you kind of open the conversation of multiple permutations of, how care and support could be provided. So certainly after some commissioner questions, I'd like to get into that a little bit. But just looking at my screen, and I know Patrick Davenport had pinged me first, and then I'm going to go to Mariah, Melissa, and Jesse.
Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. This is for Chief Spruill. How much and how long to get Journey Smith up to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? And would the 335,576 would the 4 LCSW do it, or would more be required?
So I don't have an exact answer on what it would take to get us to 24 hours, 7 days a week. That would get us close, but you have to remember that there's days off. And then before we went to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I think we'd be prudent for us to look at the research, because I think 3 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, we don't have a lot of calls for service. And so it may not be necessary to cover that time frame, but those additional 4 teams would get us close. Would it close the gap and be a complete 24/7? I don't believe so, and I can go back and run some numbers, and I'll follow up with you with the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Mariah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have any questions at this point. I just wanted to kind of reiterate a point I think I made at our first work session on public safety this year about the desire I think that many here on this body share to hear from folks that are innovating in other communities. So back in October, I reached out to White Bird Clinic directly about consulting, and spoke with the mayor and commission about receiving a presentation from them directly. And I'd still be very interested in doing so, as I think a lot of the information that wasn't available within this presentation is readily available from White Bird Clinic upon request of their consulting services. In fact, I have several documents from them that detail, the number of active units they have, the amount of cost savings they have to that community, as well as the number of calls as compared to how many calls end up requiring police response. That I'd happily share with the rest of the commission, as well as the chief and Tammy after this, if they would like to learn more about what they do. And yeah, I would still very much like to hear from them about that directly, as I think a lot of questions that may be unanswered after the session, hearing from those that are doing that work in another community might be really helpful. And I have a couple of other things, but I think I will let some others go first and then maybe circle back around, as I just have some general ideas that I'd like to see moving forward in response to some things presented in this meeting so far. But yeah, I'll let some others go first and then we can circle back.
Thanks, Mariah. Melissa?
Yeah, I am looking at the slide that says 2020 activities and has the list of reports reviewed, resources coordinated, outreach and assessments, blah, blah, blah. It's not clear how many calls these units actually showed up to. Is there a number that just says how often they showed up on the scene?
I'll ask Officer Cochran, can you give me an idea, or do you have that number?
No, sir, not right offhand. We didn't really track that information when we were responding to calls. It was, if an officer called us, we were always happy to respond. But no, man, we don't have that information.
Or even like a number of like average number of times per week or per month would be helpful to understand the need for these, this 24-hour coverage or, increased number of units, how many extra units could respond to more calls. And from what I understand, these units are never the first responders. It's always a police officer showing up on the scene, correct? Please.
That is correct, unless they just happen to be in an area where a call for service is taking place at, and they are the first arriving unit.
So when it comes to 911 dispatch, there's no screening in that conversation with the dispatcher and someone, average citizen who might be calling about a need for assistance for a person in distress. There's no, it's hard to communicate across the dispatch that this is a mental health call and not necessarily a criminal incident.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to speak to earlier when I said we had several police involved shootings in 2019, and so in one of those shootings, it was a simple noise complaint. A neighbor said, "Hey, my neighbor's making noise. I don't know what's going on." And another one, it was a woman who had fell out with the person and was saying the guy's stalking me. So there was nothing about that said that person was in mental crisis and that we needed to send a co-responder unit to that call. Now,
Well,
I think going forward, we would look at, do we need to ask more questions to try to pull that information out? But I think there is some level of that going on now, but could we stand to do better? Possibly, yes.
Yeah, I kind of think this might be a dispatch issue. If the dispatchers were trained to always ask that question. I mean, I've called 911 before, and there's a list of questions they go through, but I've assisted someone who was calling on a neighbor who had mental issues, and she didn't want to call the police. But I told her, you call them and ask specifically for the mental health responder unit. And they were able to assist that individual, and everything's fine. But I think that if there could be more training for the dispatchers, we could make sure that these units are first on the scene, because quite frankly, a police car rolling up on a scene is enough to probably trigger some of these folks into deeper crisis and possible violence, that fear mechanism that could be triggered.
Yeah, I think so. There's one is, Ms. Link, I think your video, your audio went out.
Oh, sorry. I put it on mute for a second to tell my husband to pipe down. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him.
Okay, no, what I was going to say is that one of the points that I didn't talk about is the liability. And so if a person calls and says, I want the police, person is in mental crisis, we necessarily wouldn't send that co-responder unit first if that person says he's got a knife, he's got a gun, or he's threatening harm, because I wouldn't want an unarmed licensed clinical social worker on scene with one armed police officer, because then if they escalate it, like you said, when that police car shows up, some of the time it's going to take the situation down, some of the time it's going to bring it up. And we wouldn't want that one officer and that unarmed clinical social worker trying to deal with that situation. So the other thing is that when I looked at the CAHOOTS model, I think we as a county need to really consider, do we want to start sending unarmed mental health workers in without the police? Because if that person does hurt the responders, are we going to then be liable for what occurs? Or if the person who that's called the police and we send somebody other than the police, and that individual ends up hurting himself with someone else, and that person who called is going to say, I was calling for the police. I wanted the police to come. So there's some liability that may attach to us if we're not careful about how we dispatch and who we dispatch.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like a more nuanced dispatch kind of list of questions that the dispatcher asks. And I mean, I thought that, by having this being having a police officer with the mental health professional would take care of that situation if it did escalate into something more violent and criminal, that officer is able to step in and handle the situation in that way. Is that not the whole reason for there being a co-responder unit rather than just sending out mental health experts?
Yeah, well, what I would say is, if you recall, one of the things I did early on here was talked about staging and going in with multiple units. And so certainly I'd want the co-responder unit to be one of those units going in, but I don't want one unit arriving first and by themselves, because then all other tactical variables are no longer available. In other words, if the person escalates, I don't have a less lethal option that one of the other teams can deploy. So we don't want a one-on-one or a situation where the officer is going to get there by themselves and be in a one-on-one situation. Now, if the co-responder team came and a second unit staged with them and then they went in together, that would be a more appropriate response.
So let me get this straight. So the mental health provider and the co-responder officer, are they traveling in the same vehicle, and is that vehicle a marked police vehicle? Or is
they are
different?
traveling in the same vehicle. I do not believe it's marked. I believe it's unmarked.
Okay.
All right. I had Jesse and then Carol and then Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thanks for putting this presentation together. I'm really glad we're having this conversation. Echoing Commissioner Parker, I feel like as we're trying to take a helicopter view on our crisis response, I do feel like this conversation is incomplete until we can have a presentation from some kind of organization that specializes in this work. And the Whitebird Clinic website does have a page, if you go to the contact page, where we can either follow up on what Commissioner Parker did, through her or through staff or whatever, but we can make a consulting request and have them in on a meeting. I'd really like to see that happen. I feel like that's, hearing from them how they approach it, I think would be extremely helpful, so we can kind of compare, what from that program could be borrowed, if not to substitute anything we're doing here, to at least inform how we can, make adjustments inspired by their work. I guess I have some bigger picture thoughts that I might ask to come back around to later once the discussion progresses. But for now, I just wanted to ask a few clarifying questions about the data. So that slide that mentioned 38% and 47%, I think it was 38% have, it was, 38%.
One with the bar graph.
Yeah, trying to toggle all these windows on one screen, nothing shows up quite. 38% of the jail population has known addictive or mental health diagnosis, and 47 had co-occurring. So was that 47% of that 38%? In other words, 18% of the jail population essentially has co-occurring. Am I understanding those numbers correctly that way?
I don't think I understood your question. Can you repeat it?
Is the 47% co-occurring substance use and mental health disorder a 47% of that 38%?
That's correct. So
okay,
that's correct.
So then I guess my follow-up question is, when we're defining that, are we defining that based solely on whether they have a known affiliation with Advantage's services, or are there other ways that we're able to identify people's histories?
So a number of ways that was done. So there was research done where they did interviews with people. They sat down and talked to the people that were actually in jail. So that they were looking at people, not only Advantage clients. However, some of the data that I gave you that compared Advantage clients to the general arrested population, that was specific to Advantage. But the 38% that and the codependency was the total population based on all the information to include interviews and included people outside of just Advantage.
Okay, thanks. And then I guess one other question on the definitions. When we're talking about substance abuse disorders, is alcohol counted as part of that? as well? I'm seeing some nods from Tammy at least. So
Tammy,
okay.
can you add in? Tammy, can you add in on that?
Yes. I guess if the data, I mean, I wasn't around when that study, so Katie, you might want to chime in, but that is typically alcohol is part of that in most cases.
Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for clearing that stuff up. I guess before I kick off my time for now, I'll share, kind of echoing some others, that I imagine that in these scenarios where we're anticipating the potential of violence, or where someone's behaving in a threatening manner, I would never anticipate that we would be dispatching people without police presence, as much as that it would be finding ways to make sure that we are dispatching, whether it's these crisis response units or something that looks like Cahoots, in addition to, so that we have other people who are more specifically prepared to try to do that de-escalation work, or who are specifically trained in some of this healthcare work, to hopefully, in conjunction with police, figuring out some protocols of staging, like you were talking about, Chief Spruill, arrive at these situations, ensuring hopefully over time, better outcomes, including things that, both reduce people's likelihood to go to jail, as well as reduce the likelihood of violence.
Yeah, and what I would say is that is already going on. So last week we had an incident where a person got a gun, shot himself, went off into the woods, and we were there negotiating with him for several hours. And we brought all of those resources that you just talked about to bear. So we had every option, from co-responder teams on the ground trying to talk to him, to tasers, and every force option, all the way up to lethal force. And the objective was to try to resolve it with as little force as possible. And in that scenario, we were able to eventually get him to put the gun down and come on out. So a lot of those success stories, and you may not hear about, but we do have success stories on a regular basis where we're doing exactly that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was troubling to hear that's happening at all, but it was very encouraging to hear that story relayed by Manager Williams to us. And good work on y'all. I also heard about Officer Cochran's story with the person downtown up on the rooftop. And I guess where I'm coming from is, how can we find ways to try to have more of those outcomes? And it sounds to me like ensuring a 24/7 presence of crisis response units or Cahoots or something like that would have to be a key component of that, but then also figuring out the conundrum of when we're dispatching these folks.
And I think that's the idea and the reason and rationale behind me trying to more than double the size of the unit. It's just a matter of getting more coverage, and so that's why we've asked for the 4 additional teams.
And just one last clarifying question on that. When you said you were going to try to bring on 2 new LCSWs that would essentially function in a supervisory role over all the units as a whole, is that correct? Or would they just function in a supervisory role over the other clinical social workers?
They would be part of response units, but once you start growing the program to that level, you need to have some level of supervision. And I don't know whether Ms. Conlon wants to add anything there, but I think at some point you've got to think about supervision.
Yeah, and I'll just add that, we couldn't expect Katie to take on all that she does with a lot of the training and administrative tasks, along with the supervision. So there's a lot that, you need to stay on top of and coordinate with, and especially if you've got a 24/7 team. So we felt like we needed to account for, 1 or 2 supervisors.
Yeah, that totally makes sense to me. Sorry, just to be clear though, are we imagining that they'd be supervising the units or just the social work halves of those units? Does that make sense?
Just the social work half.
Okay.
Because everything else is collaborative, So I think so far that that works well. I mean, Katie has clinical supervision with our chief clinical officer. So although she's independently licensed, it's always nice to have someone to continue to bounce things off of and get direction.
And what I'll add is this has been an evolving process, and so we're learning more and we're realizing additional needs. And so one of the things that you're going to see happen likely pretty soon is that I'm going to realign our half of the co-responder team under our community outreach, because they have a supervisor that would be directly involved with Officer Cochran and the other members of the team on a more regular basis. And this is really, in my eyes, a community outreach function, because a lot of the work that they're doing, the best chance that we have to be successful at dealing with mental health issues and is to be there before they get in crisis, to find the people who are nearing crisis and get them resources and help beforehand. And so that to me is community outreach. I think the best place for that would be in our community outreach division, and I've been contemplating moving them there, and that would again allow for some more supervision for that unit from the police on the police side.
Can I just add again? I think that one thing that Athens-Clarke County has that not every county has is a behavioral health crisis center, because anyone can go there 24/7. Even if you have health insurance, you will still be seen and assessed and then referred to the appropriate level of care. That's a huge win for the community. And then you also have that 23-hour crisis or observation unit, which means I come in crisis, maybe there has been some kind of domestic thing and I'm upset, and I go to the 23-hour crisis because I have anxiety and depression and I need to resolve my crisis. And they can start getting services within that first 23 hours, and maybe they don't have to stay overnight, and they get connected to services the next morning, and they can get seen in our outpatient clinic. So although we don't have the 24/7 co-responder teams right now, we do have those things, and we also have, again, the statewide crisis response system that is 24/7. I will say they will tell you that the co-responder team in Athens-Clarke County does a much better job than they do, because they have some bureaucracy of paperwork that is very timely when they respond, and sometimes it is a slow response. But there are other things in the community that does cover that 24/7 piece.
And let me say also that there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of work that takes place on the part of the co-responder team that we haven't talked about tonight. Just in a single case, when they encounter a person like that's suffering mental illness, there's a lot of background work that needs to be looked at. Does the person have a family member who is a guardian or is willing to accept some of the responsibility for them? Do they have their own health insurance? Are they a veteran? Do they have any veteran benefits where they can get assistance through there? And so there's a lot of background work that goes on. And I think with the 7 teams, we would be able to do a lot more work, get a lot more coverage out, and improve our situation. That was the direction that we were going in. But I did want to, and I hear some other people talking about looking at the Whiteberg Institute and bringing in some other subject matter experts. I'm willing to listen to all of those things, but I think we have a program that's specifically catered to work for Athens-Clarke County based on the resources that we have available. And so I think it's working for us. I think, we just need to do more of it, and that's the reason and rationale for the additional resources that I have asked for in the budget. But I do think also we need to take a look at our program, maybe look at questions we're asking during dispatch. Can we look at Cahoots and other programs and see whether some of the things that they're doing, we can kind of steal from them, and how we can improve on an already successful program.
All right. I think I had Carol and then Tim, and then I wanted to make a couple of observations and then circle back around to others.
Okay. First, thanks for this wonderful presentation. And Chief Spruill, you've done a wonderful job. But I have to also say for my fellow commissioners that when I had a chance to listen to Katie and Robbie alone just for an hour with the Police Citizen Academy, I got it's a different vibe, and it's a real different feeling of what the program is about that I'm not sure is communicated in this presentation tonight. And for what that's worth, I think that's if anyone has a chance to hear the two of them just speaking on it about what's going on for an hour, I think that's wonderful. I'm also wondering, I'm looking at the Cahoots flyer over here on my other computer, and I'm wondering if there may be a difference, that there may be an overlap between the Cahoots program and what our mental health co-responders do, but they're not exactly the same thing. Because what I'm getting from looking at the Cahoots, it's sort of like I know we need Robbie and Katie and the teams from what they were doing. They're doing really wonderful work, but I'm looking at the Cahoots brochure here, and it says we are a mobile mental health clinic, not a law enforcement agency, and people can make calls to them directly for mental health counseling, transportation, even for non-emergency medical care, first aid, and transportation services. So I'd be kind of interested in knowing if we took all the competitiveness out of this, which program is better, but just looked at who Cahoots serves and who our mental health co-responders serve, I would imagine that there's an overlap, but that it's not exactly the same thing. That there's some sort of day-to-day support and mental health counseling and services that are provided that you all are not seeing in your work. And I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that is something I'd like to sort of understand a little bit more as we're going forward here, because it may be having a Cahoots program. I'm just seeing the picture of someone here coming in to do some first aid, medical care, to do a little bit of on-the-street counseling is a whole lot different than dealing with the kind of emergencies that are going to be coming in through 911. And do any of you, Katie or Robbie or Tammy, any of you have any thoughts about that point that I bring up?
I do think that's a good point. And I did reach out to the Cahoots program because I wanted to learn more about them. And I wasn't able, they said it would be 2 weeks before someone could call me back. I do think there is probably something different. I think the concern for me is understanding what training they're getting and how they're actually engaging with the clients, so that it's because depending on what your training is, you can't really, in my opinion, but I'm a licensed clinical social worker. You can't do counseling if you can do crisis intervention, but there's certain things that you are limited to. And so I think one of the cautions I would have is not that they couldn't, it couldn't work kind of concurrently, but there might be some confusion and some risk around that. But I think there's, to I think Jesse's point, to your point, there's more information to learn exactly, what they see themselves responding to most of the time.
Can I add that? So I thought what I heard from Commissioner Myers is similar to some of the things that I've seen in some other jurisdictions where they either have a 311 call line, which is not calling the police. You're calling to a hotline for the city, and you're stating what your issue is, and then you get dispatched the right entity to address the issue that you have. And so if you're calling because your son is addicted to drugs and you're looking for help, they know who to send and how to deal with it. Or if it's a mental health thing but the person is not threatening violence or danger to anyone else, then they would send somebody. And I think the Advantage Crisis Hotline actually does that without a police response. And so, but when you call 911 or you call the police department, they're calling us because they're saying they want the police. So I'm not opposed to a 311 line or a crisis hotline or some other entity that could be dispatched before the police, because that would cut down on the workload and the number of calls for service that my offices have to go to. In many instances, we're going there and they don't need a police officer. They need a social worker or they need some other service. They could be better served by somebody other than the police. Unfortunately, we don't have that. It's certainly something we could consider, but as we evolve in this process, where we are now is we know that there's a need for more mental health workers out on the street with our officers to respond on these calls for service.
Carol, does that cover everything? Can we move on to Tim? All right, Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thank you all for being here for this conversation. I definitely do hope that we can set up the next one of these so that we have somebody from Cahoots, Cahoots preferably, because they have actually helped create and helped other communities such as us not recreate Cahoots. If you go through and look at some of the places like in Denver, Bloomington, San Francisco, they have very explicitly said, we are not trying to recreate what we have in Eugene, Oregon. We're trying to use what we've learned in Eugene, Oregon to actually bring what you need for your community. And so that's what I would love for us to be able to bring in those experts to be part of this. So for a lot of this, that we're not having to, I'm doing the same thing as Carol. I've got the printouts and stuff that we're all going to that rather than going to the source and actually learning about these things and actually getting solid answers rather than potentially assumptions on some of this. And to that point, yeah, I agree. This should not all be us looking at this as a competition. I have heard over and over again, and I greatly appreciate the work that our co-responder teams have done, and that they're obviously an integral role through the future. We need them. But I do agree with Commissioner Myers that a lot of what Cahoots is talking about doing is very different. Actually, it was interesting to find out that the Eugene Police Department also has crisis negotiation teams that they utilize for quote unquote demanding and dangerous calls, including armed conflict situations. So they also recognize that this is a very different thing. And they're not at all sending these folks into armed calls. They are using these, they do use 911 though, because I think what we need to realize is that people call 911 when they have a crisis or an emergency, not necessarily when they need a police officer. Many times it is because they need a police officer, but oftentimes they want a fire truck, they want a medic, and I think a lot of times they might be going through a mental health crisis and need somebody to help them through that. And so we look at 2019 and Eugene, the Cahoots actually took 24,000 calls that were called into 911 and answered 24,000 response calls. That's 65 calls a day that they responded to. And for that year, they did have to call police backup for 311 calls of that 24,000. So I think that also speaks right to their dispatch has been trained and does have a system set up in place where they're able to dispatch not just police, fire, and EMS, but also cahoots. It's this fourth option that makes their public safety response just more subtle and nimble, which is, I think, something that would be a fantastic addition to our community and every community. So rather than looking at this of, do we want cahoots? Do we want crisis intervention, the co-responder teams? The answer is yes, as some we've had in a lot of our tweets say. We want all of this. And I think it'd be rather for us to look at what things do we think, what traits of a public safety response do we need here to fill the gaps? And to me, that obviously has been brought up of a 24/7 response of folks in the field that can respond to this. Having a dispatch system that can send those, it can evaluate those calls and send out the proper response, have that fourth option they can send out the calls. I think a big thing, if you look through the Cahoots stuff, is having an unarmed response to these, what Cahoots calls and the Eugene Police Department calls. They only send these folks to non-criminal calls. So having an unarmed, non-police presence kind of response to those calls. And then that, of course, frees up our officers to respond to those calls that do need a police officer, desperately need a police officer. So I think we start looking at through what do we need, and then start looking at what's available for us to plug in those pieces. That's the best way for us to move forward. And really just thinking about the clientele that uses Cahoots. It's one of the most interesting things I saw. Like, it says over 60% of their clients are homeless. And 30% live with severe and persistent mental illnesses. And right now, I mean, we all know our police officers are having to handle all of those homeless service calls. And we have an outreach coordinator now, which I think also we could be looking at folding this into the system that we're talking about. But this, again, this is not a which one do we want. This is a how can we have the best public safety response in the world, honestly. And I think it's obvious to all of us that the Cahoots offers a lot of things for that. Our co-responders teams also obviously is offering a lot to that. So I think we just need to make sure we're going into this very open-minded with what we need in our forefront, and being willing to grab and change and keep everything we need to get there. And so I hope that, and you know, I'll ask the manager that for the next, I love that we're having these series of these, but for this next one, for us to actually have somebody from Cahoots able to sit here and speak to these questions and talk about how we could be filling these gaps that we have to have that public safety response.
Thanks, Tim. And you know, certainly in some of your comments, you and other commissioners have reflected some of what I've been thinking through this discussion. You know, which is that ideally what we have is a staffing and scheduling and budgeting model that identifies all of those tools that we need at, you know, the approximate volume that we need them. You know, obviously the reality of this work is it's not like back when I was scheduling high school classes where I know, hey, 20 kids need biology, and so I'm going to schedule that third period. You know, it's not that clean. But certainly if we know, you know, 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. is a very low volume time, and we tend not to get medical calls then, you know, then we would know a medical response wouldn't be necessarily part of the scheduling during that period. But Tammy, it was helpful to hear you kind of in your initial comments talk about that kind of variety of tools that we may ultimately want to see in the box, including that medical care. And so I would love to see, well, what based upon what we know now is the volume, the extent of that medical care need. And similarly, the case management need. You know, the reality is not everybody would avail themselves to case management. Not every situation needs ongoing case management, but to the extent that we can understand how many of those cases would benefit from that, you know, what is that, and what kind of financial commitment would that mean? And I would extend that to either 311 or a sort of fourth branch of 911 service, as we've heard too. So see Allison and Ovita.
Hey there. Thank you, Chief Spruill and your team for updating us on all this. I appreciated where you had your accolades page where you guys have sort of presented, and it might be, is that on the police department website? Sort of like in the news where you guys have done those presentations?
Are you talking about the successes of the program? They've been put out on our Facebook pages, yes.
Okay. Okay, well, that's good to know that that's out there. But I mean, the slide I'm referring to is the one that says a program with notable success.
Right.
I think that was captured in that presentation. And I think that's always good to know, similar to our diversion courts, where community leaders are seeking out our departments to learn from. So I appreciate you guys sharing that with us. And I hope that we will be able to see what your budget requests are, because a lot of times when they come in to the manager and the mayor, we only know what got put in there. We don't know what wasn't included in there, similar to last year with the public defender's department request. So just keep us posted on your budget needs so that we're in the loop on that. I appreciate that. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Allison. Ovita? You're muted, Ovita.
Okay. I wanted to commend you and your team also. When we talked about this a couple of years ago, I never meant that cahoots would replace anything that we were already doing that was good. I just saw it as looking at it and the parts that we can use that improves what we have. That's what we should do. It was never an either or type suggestion from me. I think about and I think about the reason 1998 when Edward Wright was killed. That was a cahoots moment, and I remember that. And so there's some things that that we really need that kind of intervention. And then the other thing, I think Commissioner Link mentioned it. One of the things, maybe we do need to help our dispatchers to discern what is a dangerous situation and what is a mental health breakdown. Maybe that's some more training, different questions, that we could probably look at that, not like now. The last thing I would like to say, I think it was Officer Cochran, I believe, I was at the day center and a young lady had a mental health breakdown. And the officer who came, that was their area. I don't know who it was now, but I thought that was what you do while I was watching it live, and in front of me. So I think for me, whatever we can do to enhance our program to protect, the majority of citizens, we should do. But I never thought this would take the place. The other thing I will say, I listened to the presentation, and there was a lot of things that I didn't even know that you were doing. So maybe there needs to be, it's good to be recognized in all these publications and people are coming here to look at our work, but maybe we need a way to educate folk of what is available already. And I don't know how to do that. Maybe Jeff Montgomery can help us with our marketing stuff. But sometimes things are education, and we got to make sure people know what is available and give them those options. Because when people call in distress, they are calling for the police. It might be the cat in the tree, but they calling the police. So I think that we can do a better job marketing what we already have on in place. Look at training for our dispatchers. Look at Cahoots or any other programs, and massage it into what we are already doing. But it never, for me, meant a either or an or. So I want to commend you guys. I think this is the right subject at the right time and a great need. Thank you.
Can I just a couple of quick things there? The first one is several people tonight have suggested that this was an either or. Well, and if I came across as if I was suggesting that we were saying we either have to do the co-responder unit or we have to do cahoots, then I apologize, because that's absolutely not what I was trying to convey. In fact, exactly what you just said is what I'm trying to say is we need to find a way of getting the best of both worlds. We should continue doing what we're doing right now with our behavioral health co-responder team that is doing incredible work already. But when we have something like cahoots, we need to look at it and see what parts and what segments of it we can steal and add to our program to make our program better. So that's really what my hope is going forward in the future is that we can add to, not pick one versus the other. I know that our 911 center and our dispatchers, they're trained and they ask a lot of questions when you call in. They have standard questions that they have to ask. And certainly I've heard, the recommendation that we take a look at that and see if we can add some questions that are going to pull out information, if the information is there, to help us better ascertain if a call has a mental health nexus to it and should we send one of our co-responder units. I did talk about the misconception piece because one of the bullets there is that there's a misconception that we may be able to always get a co-responder team there to address an issue. The reality is that we've had in 2019, some of the shootings that we had a co-responder unit working, but they evolved so quickly that we didn't have a chance to get a co-responder unit there. And so we're doing things like de-escalation and using time and distance to try to stretch it out more so we do have time to get those units there. And I think that's paying dividends. As I said, we had an incident with the gentleman who shot himself last week. Robbie Cochran was up on a roof bringing people down. We had an incident a couple of months ago where there was an individual who was naked, and we negotiated with that person for over an hour. And we're able to eventually get that person to, allow us to take him into custody and get some help. So I hear you loud and clear. It's not either or. It's how can we do the best of both worlds?
And you also had the incident last year with the gentleman on the train track that the police officer talked down. And I'm one of these people. I just want to be balanced. If we're given suggestions, they should be constructive suggestions. And we need to send that message that we're trying to work with you guys and not try to. But I think again, Chief, some of the stuff I heard tonight was new. Maybe Carol had heard it when she met with whoever she met with. So there is another piece of marketing the services that we have in place.
Well, what I will tell you is we have a new group of officers that are going through now, and in that what we call NOBIC training. Part of that is our ICAT training. I'll send out an invitation and again invite folks, commissioners, to come and sit through that, because you'll see. I think the more you see how very hard we're trying to make sure that our officers are trained and equipped to de-escalate and deal with those kind of situations, the more you'll realize that we have a great program, but it certainly has room for improvement, and we want to continue to improve on that.
Thanks, Chief. I'm going to circle back to Carol and then Mariah.
Yeah, I have just a quick added thought in here in terms of pulling everyone in, people who are doing great things, because we're talking about the medical world or medical problems responses. And I remember when Commissioner Houle and I visited the fire department, I just had this, oh my goodness, they're doing so much more than I realized. And there's an expansion of their EMTs program there. And I'm just wondering if they're also someone who we want to pull in to the conversation when we're trying to reimagine all these scenarios and services that we could provide. So just want to bring that up. And also I would ask Chief Spruill too. I know you guys started another police academy, and there may be that mental health, the responder, like whenever that one comes up again, because those are really long. Those are 13 weeks long. So some of my fellow commissioners might want to just participate in a couple of those. For example, when Katie and Robbie did their excellent job. And if you could share that or invite other commissioners, they could probably learn even more than we learned tonight. But thanks for everything you've shared.
I'll be glad to push that information out. Again, also an incredible resource is also our transparency website. We've got information about ICAT, about crisis intervention team, about an advanced crisis intervention team, and the behavioral health co-responder unit, all there. But you're right. It's a different feel when you're sitting in a classroom and you actually see it. And Robbie and Katie and the other folks are actually teaching it. And so I will push that out, and I would love it if I could get some of the commissioners to come through those classes, because I think you will learn a lot about some of the things that we do you may not be aware of.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Carol. Mariah and then Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I hear a lot of my fellow commissioners sort of turning towards what we would like to see and things like that, I just wanted to give some thoughts on as well how the work ahead of us with regards to the expansion of the CIT and how Kahoot potentially fits into reforms of our public safety response. I think that it was said that dispatchers can't always know when CITs are necessary, and I would actually argue that they're probably necessary much of the time. In the overwhelming majority of cases, when someone's having to interact with law enforcement, they're probably having some sort of emotional crisis or on the verge of one. I mean, imagine like if you get pulled over for having a taillight out and you remember the story of Philando Castile, you might get really scared and suddenly you're having an emotional crisis. I would argue that when Timothy Statham got out of his car and started running into the woods on February 18th, he's probably having an emotional crisis. Somebody who's emotionally stable doesn't do things like that. And so I'm really happy to hear that the chief is interested in expanding our CIT model. Is one day it would be great to be able to have someone with social work or mental health professional expertise on the scene for most, if not all, calls, not just to work with suspects, but to also work with victims on scene or onlookers who might have witnessed violence and need someone in that moment to help them with what they're processing. I would love to see us expand the number of kinds of calls that currently receive a CIT response and implement a Kahoots approach to calls that are currently handled by CIT. I do want to push back a little bit on something I've been hearing a couple of times throughout this session, that we're looking for things that the police department can steal. I think it is really important that we do have a crisis response model in the community for non-criminal calls that is an independent agency, so that it doesn't come with some of the stigma among populations who have negatively been impacted by law enforcement historically. And so I've previously spoken to the mayor about the importance of that, and I hope that in future conversations we can continue to figure out a way to make that happen, possibly. But the larger picture thing that I think it's really important for us in the work ahead of us, to expand our understanding of public safety to include, as I've heard the mayor call it, upstream issues that animate crises and lead to harm. We keep hearing from the police department about public safety, and its assumption is that when we talk about public safety, we're talking about what the police can do differently. But I think this continues to unfairly pile responsibility onto their department as opposed to diversifying our understanding and our thinking around public safety that in a way that gets at the reasons crises arise. And so I want to give a shout out to the chief and to Tammy for, speaking to the need for us to get people resources before they're in crisis, and the acknowledgement that people need access to sustainable care, that stable housing is a public safety issue, preventative mental health care is a public safety issue, and draw our attention to the fact that if my, just from what I grabbed from the presentation is correct, I took some notes, but I don't have it right up in front of me directly from the slides. We're investing about $800,000 in responding to mental health crises, crises when it's already crossed a breaking point, and this investment increases year after year. Whereas we dedicate about $100,000 to the Athens Neighborhood Health Center per year, a number that hasn't gone up in at least 4 years from what I saw in the FY21 budget. And only a fraction of that goes to mental health services, giving people access to preventative care, to consistent support, to help them get the medications they need to remain stable. And so I'd love to see us discuss potentially expanding mental health outreach there as opposed to within the police department. I spoke with Jason Bennett, who currently provides the counseling services at Athens Neighborhood Health Center a couple weeks ago. And there's plenty of opportunity there for them to expand both in their physical space so that they can meet with more clients, hire more providers, doing that outreach and education in the community, offer community groups for grief, for first responders who are dealing with a lot of stress, bring in providers that speak Spanish, all sorts of things so that people have the consistent support they need to avoid entering into a crisis situation in the first place. And so, as we continue to have these public safety presentations, which I've been very, very grateful that we have been having, I hope that we can continue to keep that 30,000-foot view of what animates public safety concerns in our community and how we can invest holistically in preventing them. So thank you.
Thanks, Mariah. Jesse?
Mayor,
go ahead, Tammy.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for your comments. I appreciate what you said. And I just wanted to mention this to everyone. The state is moving to the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities is where we get most of our funding in the form of expense reimbursement and contracts. And they are moving to a certified community behavioral health center model, which will it will change the payment model that we're currently being paid under fee-for-service, which fee-for-service does not cover our cost. It's basically based on the old Medicaid rate that's never been adjusted for years. But SAMHSA came out with this grant application that is $2 million over a year for 2 years, which would allow us, if we were awarded, to expand services on the weekends and in the evenings, add care coordinators to do follow-ups and engagement and making sure people keep their appointments, evidence-based trainings to be able to provide, high-quality care. So anyway, I think with all of that and all of what we're talking about, I think my hope is that all the gaps get filled in one way or the other, because I think we can all agree that there are gaps, and we can continue to work collaboratively to fill those gaps in different avenues. So,
thank you.
Should I go?
Jesse? Yeah. Sorry. I thought I was, I said your name 3 times and then realized I'm muted.
So I know we're hitting 9 o'clock here, so I just have a couple of parting thoughts here on this topic for my colleagues, because I know we have a couple of things to get to. But I really appreciate Commissioner Parker bringing up kind of the bigger picture stuff, sort of reminding us of what some of the retreat discussions have been about, wouldn't it be cool if in 10 years, 20 years? And so thinking of that long-term vision, I really hope that we can be laying some of the groundwork this year through this budget cycle for some of that long-term vision. And I also think it's important to recognize that we're trying to build the world we dream of from the world we've got. And so in the world we got, my first major takeaway is like thinking contextually. I think Tammy's point is really well taken, that Oregon is 25th and Georgia is 51st when we're talking about mental health resources. And in my mind, that puts the onus that much more on us as a local community to think creatively. Like there's all the more reason for us to need to find ways to step up as a local community, and recognizing that it's also going to be that much harder. And it's with that in mind that I think it's really important that we do a lot of our learning and borrowing from communities that are operating in places that are better resourced, so we can see, well, what does a better resource community look like? And then how can we try to build those bigger things here? And then thinking structurally, I'm reflecting on the part of the chief's presentation that talked about, like, we have all these people tangled up in our criminal justice system, and so how do we disentangle them? And given that law enforcement is an arm, essentially, of the criminal justice system, when we're seeking ways to disentangle vulnerable people from that system, I think it's crucial that we have programming, both crisis response and preventative, that exists outside the umbrella of law enforcement. And again, I think what we've all seemingly consensus upon here is acknowledging that, those things work in concert, but that we really need to be building something outside of that. And when I think of what that looks like from a budget perspective, we have our big rocks discussion coming up. And this to me sounds like a big rock. It might start like a smaller rock because of where we're at this year, but really that seems to be the direction it's headed. And so I hope that, whatever work we can do to engage with cahoots, whether what we're going to do here looks more like cahoots or not is to be determined. But I feel like our budget process would be best informed by having that conversation sooner rather than later. Thanks everybody for talking about this stuff.
And I think everything provided here provides really great fodder for follow-up conversations, as you noted, around health needs and public safety and playing into our budget time. So I'm glad it is March when we're having this conversation, because we've got a few months to kind of ramp in some prospective other elements. Any last thoughts on this before we transition into our next topic? All right. Everybody from the outside, Tammy, Katie, can't thank you enough for the work you do. Robbie, Chief, great to see you always.
Thank you.
Be safe. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the manager, who's going to introduce the direction that we're moving with the public safety step and grade plan concept, which we talked about, of course, in the context of this fiscal year's budget, and you've heard a little bit about in the interim.
Thank you, Mayor. And so this is about the public safety pay plan enhancement. And if you'll remember, for the first time in 23 years, a few years ago, we tackled updating the pay and classification system for the unified government employees that work for it. In doing so, we created two separate pay plans. They were all together in one, and one is non-public safety and one is public safety in the new scheme. And in public safety, that's not just police, that's also fire, sheriff, corrections, and probation as well. In the wake of that, the public safety chiefs, if you will, the sheriff, came forth and engaged the manager's office on thinking about a different type of structure now that there were two plans and one specific to public safety, of looking at structures that were traditionally more suited for those in a rank type structure, progressing through the organization and progressing through, steps and grades. And so we took a hard look at that, and HR has engaged a consultant to help think through what that structure looks like. And we have had a number of meetings here of late, including one with a circle back with the public safety chiefs last week, and wanted to get in front of you because this most likely will be a part of my recommendation to the mayor and to ultimately to you if he agrees. in this coming budget. And I felt like it'd be important to check in with you and just talk about the mechanics and what does that mean, a step and grade structure. So just a couple of slides. Jeff Hale is here, our Human Resources Director, to talk you through that, answer any high-level questions you have. And of course, like everything else, this is an ongoing discussion. So anything you think of in the wake of this presentation, you can ask me and we'll answer that. So with that, Jeff, if you would just at a high level describe the type of structure that we are contemplating at this point.
Thank you, sir. I'm sharing the screen. Can y'all see that?
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, thanks. So as Blaine said, the current structure, as we separate it out into public safety, there's some things about rank structures and the way in which our pay ranges work that aren't ideal. And we've listened carefully to some concerns from public safety, as Blaine said. And this is just really an introduction briefly to some of the highlights of a step plan concept, which probably a lot of you have been familiar with. You see it in education and at the federal government level. And this slide is just really showing you, in a very basic way, a single job and the pay range for that job. And so typically we're used to seeing a minimum, maybe a midpoint, a max in terms of pay range. The thing about the step plan is that it sort of fills in some gaps and it provides some interim waypoints, if you will, in the form of steps. And in this very simple representation, you can see that, you know, you may start down here at the minimum if I'm a entry-level officer at 0 years. I'm not eligible for a step increase until the start of the second year, assuming I've been proficient and maybe I've hit some other benchmarks in terms of training or skills. And at that point, I can gain an increase through a step. And so writ large for a plan like this, in any given year, we would sort of fund a step increase for anyone who was eligible for that. And so that's one way in which we'd fund a plan like this, and one way in which people can advance their pay in what is a more simple, transparent, and perhaps more predictable manner that suits public safety in the fact that they have lots of promotion points and rank structures where experience on the job and training are so valued and seen as compensable. So this is a market-driven type of plan where, again, we go out and make sure that whatever this minimum and maximum is for a job is based on our competitors. And the other way that you manage a structure like this is this stair-step model each year. Besides a step increase, you would also likely look out there at cost of labor or some other factor or market study data and see if you needed to raise this whole step structure up a little bit, just to make sure that you're staying competitive with the market. So that might be, you know, based on the market, a 2% kind of issue. And that's how we would manage a single job. And what's important to also look at is that, you know, every job for every agency would sort of have this schedule established. So if this were an entry-level job for police, you might think this next level job could be perhaps a sergeant and a lieutenant. And what's great about this is, as I'm looking and progressing in my career, I might get out here to the start of my 6th year in this job, and I can see that pretty soon I'm going to be topping out here. And in fact, in my 6th year, maybe it takes me another year or two to get to the next step. Well, I'm looking up above, and if I position myself for that promotion, I might move up and to the left to a salary that gets me where I want to go a little bit faster, and then opens up a higher pay range in front of me in subsequent steps. And so the way in which you design a plan like this you have to look at the length of time that you're requiring people to stay on a step, the relative, steepness of the step in terms of what the increases look like. And so we're working on all of those kinds of design decisions right now and trying to see how that impacts each of the agencies and their ranks to try to meet a number of concerns that they have around progressing through pay, their sense of fairness as it relates to, time and position and experience, along with the sustainability of a plan like this, not only in how we implement it, but in the out years. We want to look at the value of promotions and making sure that we're incentivizing that correctly. We're valuing that and rewarding it as well. So there's a lot of complexity as you try to address one factor. These are all bound together, and as you pull one thread, it sort of pulls something else. And so we're working through that design work, and hopefully, our next steps will be ultimately to be able to model, once we have all of our assumptions built, real data, and try to make sure that we focus first and foremost on the equity piece so that people's sense of fairness and how we transition people into the plan, and in out years, how they move and progress based on the rules we build, that we do this really well and in a customized way for our public safety employees who deserve something that fits the way they work, the way their careers and ranks are structured.
Thank you, Jeff. And I want to add a couple of other things as well. So the chiefs were are convinced that this is going to at least help some with recruitment and retention. If someone knows, can chart their path or see where they're going to be, or as Jeff said, anticipate, if I get promoted at a certain point in my career, this is what I can expect. It just makes the whole the whole plan more transparent. Likewise, if somebody's coming in from an outside agency, we have a structure to plug them in that's fair, and that we know how to plug them in. So from a recruitment and retention standpoint, this has some attractiveness. In doing this, it's been a couple of years since our the last pay and classification update. So part of this and part of the time that's been taken was doing a market study to refresh what the latest market numbers look like for comparable jobs in other jurisdictions. Having said that, a hallmark change of this is that for whatever reason in the past, the various entry-level positions across these agencies, police, fire, sheriff, corrections, and probation, were roughly the same, and then you progress from there. So there was sort of a benchmark, baseline, if you will, and it all progressed. This will be more market-based. So we are looking for market within so many years through the steps that an employee will get to market, hopefully sooner rather than later, perhaps 6 years. And so, there'll be some changes there where we're really going to try and anchor on market. And having said that, and one reason why we're going through this exercise of explaining this to you, because, obviously it's subject to whatever budget appropriation that you approve, but it does indicate some type of consistency in trying to fund it. And that's where the detail work's going on now, and trying to place our existing positions into a structure and then seeing where we have to modify it. So if you can follow me here very quickly, in any given year, Jeff pointed out that there's these steps that would require a boost in pay for those that had reached those steps. And then also, if you think about keeping the entire plan current with market, there would also be a lifting of the entire plan. So really, if there is a lift in that particular year, every public safety employee would experience some lift, and then those that are at that step, point would experience that as well. And so over time, folks would progress through, and there would be some parity for those in the plan. So Jeff, I jumped in there. Was there anything else that you care to say about that?
I appreciate the restatement of some things that I think you said better. I would add that, as we look at this design, we can also look at over time issues of turnover and identify where the problems are and make adjustments to steps, per department to address those things. As Blaine mentioned, you may choose to accelerate people to the market early on in their career if we're seeing turnover in those early years to try to capture them and retain them. And so there's a lot to recommend a plan like this, I think.
And I think generally, where we see a lot of turnover, a good bit of turnover, particularly in the police, is, from years 3 to 7 or 3 to 8 of service. And so, having this structure where you can see when you're going to get to market and how you progress beyond that, again, will be more transparent and hopefully help with retention. So, Mayor, that concludes this presentation. We'll take any questions that y'all have.
Thanks, Jeff and Blaine. And just to kick it off, when do you anticipate that we would have numbers that would be plugged into these steps?
Well,
salaries.
As I've talked to you about at the retreat, I've got a plug figure going into this of a couple of $1 million, $2 million, just for budget planning purposes. I think in the weeks to come, as you may have discerned, there's a number of ways you can structure this, and I want to be clear because there, has been some skepticism perhaps that we're trying to manage this to a number. The $2 million is just a plug number for us to plan around. We're not dropping any numbers in as of yet, other than just as sensitivities. One thing I really appreciate about, and if you will, lessons learned from our first go around with the pay and classification study, is that our employees, public servants in general, have a fierce sense of fairness. And so as HR is testing different sensitivities, Mayor, that's what we keep defaulting to see, it's hard to get this thing perfect for everybody, but we're trying to make sure that it makes sense and that it's fair. And then we can run some sensitivities on what, a 3 to 5 year commitment to such a plan looks like as far as cost. So that being said, I think, Jeff, in the weeks to come, we should be able to have a sense of what the ultimate cost will be.
We're working at pace to meet that expectation, and we've turned some pretty big corners conceptually, and so I think we're getting down into some modeling and some of the smaller design elements rather than the really nasty problems. But we're kicking those tires, and we're working very hard because we feel compelled to deliver this.
So you're pretty close to knowing Lieutenant year 6 is X number of dollars, Sergeant year 8 is.
I think that's right. Again, we've across the 5 agencies, we're trying to make sure we look for pockets or places where we may have to massage things and adjust things maybe over time with respect to market to make sure that we are fair.
So we're here now in March. Big Rocks is in the next month. Certainly final budget approval, formally happens first Tuesday in June. But, certainly in terms of anticipation and preparation, we're usually working a couple weeks out from that. So do you imagine that somewhere between Big Rocks and then the kind of more complete commission conversations with myself, we're going to have this model ready for implementation?
We are working as fast as is possible to meet that expectation. Yes, sir.
Okay. Other questions? Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few, hopefully quick ones. You had mentioned, Jeff, the step plan's kind of mapped out in 2-year increments, and there's probably benchmarks that people meet to get that bump. If someone were to, say, not have met all their benchmarks, but, we're keeping them around, would that essentially mean that they would be ineligible for another 2 years after they meet those benchmarks, or could they sort of catch up? in a plan like this?
First, just to clarify, the sort of 2-year, those are just illustrative, right? So,
okay.
but to speak to your question, I think, if we're having those issues, then we have performance evaluation in place, hopefully an enhanced version of that soon, that will provide for that kind of decision making.
Okay.
And these are, depending upon, it also is going to depend where in the sort of rank structure you're talking about. For someone early in their career as a police officer, certainly, developmentally, it's important to have that feedback and invest in them, and so it's just sort of depends on the nature and severity of what you're talking about versus where they are in their career, I think is where we would see that, because there's progressive discipline, there's performance management, which is separate.
Okay.
And I should mention, PACE, performance increases are not applicable to this plan. That is something that would go away for the step plan. So there's some offset there. They're not getting that on top of what we've already described. There's some trade-off, and I think culturally that will free them up to be very direct in their evaluation of folks, so that we don't retain people we ought not to, if that's the case.
Okay. Commissioner Houle, if I might, a corresponding, you bring up an interesting situation, and just to kind of shed further light on how complicated this can be. So as you would imagine, a number of positions are at or below market. There may be some positions that are slightly above market. And if we're using market as a benchmark, it could be that there are some positions that and let me be clear about this. When you implement a new pay plan, nobody loses money. But it may take some folks a year or two or more for the plan to catch up where they are before they start progressing through the plan, if that makes sense. So, those are the types of things that HR, our staff, working through and trying to understand before anything gets rolled out.
Okay, thanks.
And I would add that, just to be also clear, we have a partner in this work who is independent, who is expert, and who is, providing, HR is working with them, but they are driving this work.
Awesome. And then Manager Williams, you listed police, fire, sheriff, corrections, and probation. And the one that stuck out to me there was sheriff, just because, do we have the ability as the mayor and commission to put this in place for the sheriff's department, or would this sort of be, we do this for the other four and then hope that they also hope that Sheriff Williams wants to do this as well?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Commissioner Houle, and you come in with a new Sheriff Williams and District Attorney Gonzalez, and this is something we've been working through a great deal in their transition. And just for the benefit of everyone listening, what's interesting about Athens-Clarke County being a city and a county is that there are certain independent elected officials, the sheriff, also known as constitutional officers as well, who depend on the mayor and commission to provide their budget. But other than that, they have a good amount of autonomy in running their operations. Now, I will tell you that even at the time of unification, certain elected officials all elected officials could opt in or out of what's known as our personnel system. Okay, some are in, some are out. This is something I truly came to appreciate with the transitions of a new sheriff and DA, which hasn't occurred since I've been here. Even though they may be in or out of our personnel system, all Athens-Clarke County employees are in our pay and classification system. So said another way, if they are on our payroll, an elected official cannot assign an arbitrary salary for somebody that they hire. They can hire that person. They can hire whoever they want to. But when it comes to their salary, we have to have internal equity across the organization, and there needs to be some semblance of external equity. And so we've had those conversations with both the sheriff and the DA, for instance. And it's been a learning process for both of us. But I'm proud to say that they've had to make some hard decisions, just like all of our department directors do. Sometimes you can't get that person that you really want because the salary they're commanding is more than what we're paying others in a similar position. So to answer your question, and Jeff, please correct me, but that all the employees that aren't, for instance, a state assistant district attorney, for instance, is paid by the state, not within our pay and classification system, but all other employees that are subject to that the strata that we have the different jobs in. Jeff, would you help me if I butchered that?
There's always, in Athens-Clarke County, we've always got an exception, and it's very limited to what you described. But, our charter officers and your position, sir, and some others are excluded. But for the most part, that is correct. Yes.
Other questions?
Well, I guess I have one more if no one else has any.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Do we use this kind of a program in any of our other departments already?
Not a step and grade structure, no.
Okay. Has there been talk about potentially looking at this for other departments as well? I mean, one that comes to mind, although I'm sure it's not the only one, where I know we kind of lose people to competitive markets where they're able to pay better, is transit. And so I'm just wondering is there a talk of trying to move to this more broadly across all departments, and we're just starting with public safety, or is this specifically for public safety?
Well, my understanding that this step and grade plan is more common in a public safety environment, and this was brought to us by the chiefs. It wasn't or isn't on our radar right now for implementation for non-public safety employees. But everything's there's no hard and fast rule there. But that's what we're progressing on the ideas they brought forth.
And we do provide for the market with our regular employees as well.
Allison?
Thank you. Maybe we can get a summary for our new commissioners about our recent salary. What was that called, Blaine? What was that again, Kelly?
The MAG study.
Yeah, maybe we could get some of that forward to them, because in my mind, Commissioner Hale, we were covering some of that there, making increments and analyzing all of it. But if Manager Williams, if that wasn't successful, and we need to relook at that, or was it successful?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner Wright. So again, first time in 23 years we did it. There was some adjustments that needed to be made to get folks back to market, because in the wake of the last recession, there were pay increases that weren't implemented. And really, best practice is at least every 5 years, you revisit your pay and classification system. Now, in the interim, and I want to give a nod to our HR staff, there are things known as reclassifications, where if somebody has absorbed more duties, that department director can appeal and they fill out forms and the job's graded. And so there's adjustments that go on as well. And so we weren't that far out for being 23 years without being updated. And the mayor and commission, basically over a 2-year period, approved about $5 million that went to bring everybody up to market as recently as 3 years ago. We're getting pretty close, though, where we probably need to go through that process again, Commissioner Wright. So I appreciate you reminding me about that.
All right. Other questions on the pay step plan? All right. I am going to have to go. Mayor Pro Tem Edwards is kind enough to take over moderation. So everybody have a great night. And Blaine's going to take you into the Mural park schematic design.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a break scheduled. I know some of us have been going for 5.5 hours straight. So maybe we could take 5. Unanimous consent? All right, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks, everybody. Great. Thanks for coming back, everybody. We have a presentation about the downtown Athens Park. Take it away, David Lynn.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Edwards, Commissioners, Manager Williams. I appreciate y'all involving us tonight. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Downtown Development Authority, we are pleased to present our recommendation for the Downtown Athens Park at Washington and Lumpkin Street. I think the agenda item is known as the Mural Park. I have 15 slides for you tonight. We can go through them very quickly. In a nutshell, to boil down the whole presentation, back in January of 2020, our consultant, Keys Williamson with WLA, presented some concepts to the Mayor and Commission on what the park could look like that faces the mural on the side of the Costa building. The Mayor and Commission came to a consensus around one of those concepts. And subsequently, the final design you'll see tonight, or our recommendation for the final design, is based on that concept, which was known as Concept B. But to back up a little bit, our consultant, Keys Williamson with WLA Studio, I'm sure y'all all familiar with. They're a long-term design firm located right here in Athens in the Leathers building on Pulaski Street. Back in May, the Mayor and Commission came to the rescue of the mural and found this amazing location on the west side of the Costa building that faces the parking lot. And Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Denson thought it would be a good idea to have a park at this location, and asked the Downtown Development Authority to take the lead on the design and construction of the park, which we were happy to do. The park is currently an asphalt parking lot. It's 20 employees of the Water Business Office and vehicles parked there. The Downtown Development Authority will host those employees in one of our decks as the park is constructed and afterwards. I'd like to remind the audience that this is a small area in terms of park, but in an urban environment, these kind of spaces can provide a lot of impact. But the site is the size of a basketball court. Right now, besides the asphalt, landscape management did do some work on the south side of the site with some crepe myrtles and some plantings over there. Just as a little bit of background, this site has, when there was a structure on the site, it was dedicated to automotive uses. There was a gas station on there up until the late 60s or early 70s. And there was also a business that sold car parts there. We did do an environmental assessment on the site, and we did find some images of some underground storage tanks. But our environmental team did their due diligence on that and don't feel it's has any consequence for going forward. Just a little background in this process. After the Mayor and Commission decided that the mural was going to go on the side of the Costa building, they asked the Downtown Development Authority to take this lead. We hired a consultant, WLA Studios, and they managed the public input process, which included an in-person session at the planning department. They conducted an online survey, and staff from WLA presented this to an interactive youth council and got their ideas from young people, teenagers, on what they would like to see in this park. With that in mind, Keys made that presentation in January based on some initial concepts. Some of the highlights from that input session was the public and the commission was interested in as green a park as possible in such a small place, diversity of seating options, that this would not just be consumed by students, that it would be welcoming to all community members, and that may speak more towards future programming as well as design. It needed to be family friendly, of course, and had a flexible programming that encouraged year-round activation. I'm getting over my head talking about some of these concepts, but I'm just trying to remind the commissioners that were present at the time of that work session, but certain forms of parks, certain designs of park encourage certain types of human interaction. And the type of design that the commission was mostly interested in at that time was this lizarding concept, where people will interact with all of the park in various phases to get sun or listen to music, that type of thing. It's not a formal design that encourages people to gravitate towards one end of the side or the other. That design process started with WLA coming up with design concepts. They presented those 4 design concepts to the commission, and essentially the commission found consensus around something called option B, which was based on that lizarding concept. As you can see from the initial design, it's a very green site, has lots of trees, and it has a planted lawn with some raised berms or some small hills where children can sit on or roll down, or just people sit in the sun. We further enhanced that design to include like a mirrored sculpture ball for people to take pictures of themselves and other things with. The raised turf beds that provide the natural seating area. We do have some space for some public art, and we have a donation of a sculpture already. And one of the principal components of this design is it allows the public to access the park from many different areas. And this was the rough design, the bird's eye view or the rendering of concept B. The commission had some comments that they'd like to see less hard seating and more green. And I think that's reflected in the final park design that you see here. This was a rough sketch up that WLA did last week in connection to this work session. And as you'll see from the agenda item next month, a more construction design oriented design look at it, that you'll be able to see more of these features more specifically. But we've in the northwest corner, we've added a performance area that could be a speaker's corner or an area for small bands to play at. This is definitely next to the area where the kids stage is for AthFest. Typically those kids are out on the hot asphalt with their parents, and this design would hopefully accommodate that type of use in a more friendlier environment. You can see that the access points come from all over the site. There's some concrete seating walls on the northern edge, and at the suggestion of our board chairman, Jason Leonard, we've added 2 benches that are solar powered recharging stations, which we'll think will be a great addition to this particular park. I did get a somewhat design wrinkle from TSPLOST staff yesterday that's not incorporated in its design. There's concern about handicap access to the Costa building, and we think we can accommodate that in the northwest corner behind the stage. As you'll notice, right next to the mural leading up to the stage is a ramp that can function both for handicap access as well as performers rolling instruments and other items up into that stage area. Here's music to Manager Williams' ears. A construction estimate is $260,000. That does not include design nor environmental assessment, but the cost to Athens-Clarke County will be $0. The park design and construction and future maintenance costs will be borne by the Downtown Development Authority. And where does this money come from? Well, it comes from the coins that go in the meters. The Downtown Development Authority manages for Athens-Clarke County 855 metered spaces, 2 parking decks with 876 parking deck spaces, and 359 surface lot spaces. And this 20% of that revenue is retained with the Downtown Development Authority as our management fee, and we're putting nearly $300,000 of that back into this facility. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have. You'll be seeing this again next month in greater detail through construction grade documents, but I'll be happy to entertain any questions that I can answer. Of course, I'm not the designer of this part, but we are excited to get this implemented. We thought we'd be scheduling with Athens-Clarke County the groundbreaking by this time, but of course 2020 put a hamper on everyone's plans. But we do feel like we can get this constructed fairly soon.
Great, thanks, Mr. Lynn. Looks great. I've got Commissioners Wright, Link, and Davenport.
Thank you, David, for this presentation. And I don't know that you need to answer this now, but when this comes forward next time, will we be able to see how the part of, okay, that drawing you have right there, the side of the park that's also going to be against the parking lot of Water Business Office? Were they able to get a good connection there or use some of our existing land there to help with this whole package?
To answer your first question, yes, you'll see the design in much greater detail in your agenda package. It'll be the construction documents that we put together. My understanding of the design is that that area where it's just a retaining wall will function as a seating wall for people to enjoy the park. I know there was some discussion between the architects you've assigned to the cost of building renovation and WLA Studio on using that as additional handicap ramp, but those are just preliminary discussions. That's all I can refer to on that.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll just take a look so that I can get a better visual of the topography and the change between the water business, not so much the cost.
It's still going to be a hard edge there, I think, and unless this latest design wrinkle modifies that. But I don't believe there's going to be any direct access from the existing Water Business Office and this park other than access from the sidewalk.
Okay, all right. Well, that helps. And then the other thing, hopefully they can use the space between the Board of Elections and Costa for the handicap access to that building. Maybe that'll be a solution so that we can have all that space here. Yeah, I think it looks good. Thanks for your work on that. Sure. And also for the funding. That was brilliant.
Commissioner Lane?
Yeah, thank you, David. This is looking good. I'm wondering, are there plans for interpretive signage for the mural? So, you know, there's some context to that imagery so folks visiting this park can understand the history behind it.
I think that's a great idea. I'm not sure that's the role of, and I don't mean this in a negative sense, of the Downtown Development Authority. I think you probably want one of your arts commissions or one of your historic groups providing that kind of signage. But I remember, you know, Commissioner Janssen very well articulated back in January that this is a start. You know, we're not going to fill it full of public art from day one, but we will enhance it over time. But certainly interpretive signs for what we're talking about here on the mural and the hot corner itself and just the general area is certainly appropriate for an urban park like this, and we'd be welcome to accommodate that. It's probably not, our folks are probably not the best people to put that together.
I have a couple other comments too. I'm looking at the southwest corner, the entry corner of the park, and I'm just thinking about, you know, it's quite wide open, and I'm thinking that for a good part of the year, that is just going to be sweltering, having that open area in that direct afternoon sun. I'd suggest, you know, moving trees closer towards it, and I'm also wondering if there's been any discussion of the species of the plantings.
Oh gosh, that's a great question, Commissioner. And in your construction detailed documents, each plant is identified by species name.
Okay.
That in front of me right now. I think they're native to Georgia.
Good. That was my question.
I think in terms of the area out there, we are starting to encroach on public right of way and out of the scope of this particular project. But as we talked about back in September, I believe, this is our first step into enhancing this whole side of Washington Street from this corner up to the old bus kiosk, and certainly a streetscape planting plan for this area is certainly needed. And I'll refer your suggestions back to Keys, and I'm sure he can incorporate those.
Yeah, just keeping in mind where the sun is
Sure.
in relation to this, and just the need for a gateway. You said there's another piece of public art that's been donated, so I mean that actually might be a good gateway indicator.
Absolutely right.
Great, Commissioner Davenport.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I thought we had suggested less concrete. I'm not a big fan of concrete in urban settings. Considering the fact that we have Hot Corner Festival, we have a whole bunch of festivals towards this end that like a soccer field style park, just green with trees around it would be, I think, be more beneficial. But that's just me. My colleagues may think otherwise, but I'm a big fan of just greenery in downtown spaces, or more green in downtown spaces. But my question that I have is there's a Ben Epps monument at the corner near the Mural. Would that be moved?
Well, it's our suggestion, and the Ben Epps statue belongs to Athens-Clarke County, and the decision of what to do with that is yours and staff. It is not included in this park design. The theme of the park is to celebrate the Hot Corner, and I'm not sure what place Ben Epps plays in that. It would be appropriate, and this is solely my opinion and not the Downtown Development Authority's. He could certainly be moved across the street in front of his old garage, or even out to the airport that bears his name. But to answer your question directly, that statue is not included in the final design.
Thank you.
And we would bear the cost of moving that wherever that would have to go.
Great. Commissioner Denson and then Commissioner Hale.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, David. This is looking fantastic. I like the design a lot. To the tree timber from that entry, and I understand what Lynn's saying there. I am also a little concerned. I don't want to have so much trees wrapped all the way around that you really can't see the mural from outside of the park.
Yes, I know our designers have taken that into heart and have designed this park to keep as many view sheds as possible, and that may explain that wide open plaza there.
Yeah, that's what I would assume and hope. And if so, while there would be a little bit of sun coming through there, at least you'll be able to see that and be able to get into that park and get under some of those. Yeah, great work, and I look forward to this coming before us next month.
Great, thank you.
Great, Commissioner Hale.
Thanks. This is awesome. I love a lot of what's been said already. My one question is, you said this was a lizarding concept. I'm just curious what that means. I went back and looked at the slide, and I didn't really know what any of those terms meant.
I shouldn't use words I can't explain. That was a concept that was introduced by Keys in the work session to the commission in January of 2020, and it was an education for me as well. I think essentially that concept is you can design certain spaces, in this case parks, and the function follows the form. If you make a very formal design, people tend to hang on the edges so they can see this formal design. This concept invites people inside the park, but it doesn't direct them to specific spaces. So I think that lizarding concept is you're finding the sun, you're finding open spaces to sit in, you're going to have a picnic somewhere. You're not going to be sitting in front of a statue or sitting in front of, something else. I can refer Mr. Williamson to you on that, but I believe that was the concept. Anyway, that's what this concept was based on.
Great. All right. Sounds good. I look forward to seeing kids out there playing around, family-friendly infrastructure. Manager Williams, what you got?
Yes, just real quickly. So there will be an agenda item, as David mentioned, coming to you in this cycle. The wording in the intergovernmental agreement that y'all approved said the final design would come to you, and David has promised some additional construction drawings. This is a little different than our normal SPLOST delivery process where we come with schematics and then the final construction plans are approved by the manager. I say that to say we want to be true to the actions that you take. This has yet to go through plans review. I think David, the DDA is ready to move this on, and so in the agenda item we'll have if there are any final tweaks to the design based on plans review after your approval, then you authorize me just to send a NOPA to you advising you of any small changes that were made. So just a heads up there.
Great. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we've got Suki Janssen with Downtown Eco Stations. Thank you, Mr. Lynn.
Good evening. Let me share my screen. All right. I'm going to move through this rather rapidly due to the hour and because I was here last month kind of discussing with you guys eco stations. So I'm going to just go through real quickly just a couple of updates. You guys tasked me with potentially rolling this out throughout downtown. So we're really excited about that. So we created a map of, they're not all solid locations yet, but we feel like we have enough locations in the 21 and we have some backups in our back pocket. But I want to discuss that this evening and then the cost. So again, we're just going to go over really, you guys know the purpose, the history, our current approach. We're going to talk about expanding the eco stations downtown, and that includes costs and then what the next steps would be. And really, in history, the only two things that's changed, we were here at the work session February 9th, and then February 4th, I had a meeting with Athens Cultural Affairs Commission representative about possible partnership for art panels on the eco stations to see if they would partner with us at least on the Clayton Street to see how that works out, and then potentially on all the eco stations downtown. A similar part, what we discussed was a similar partnership like they have with transit. So that's what structure we discussed. And actually, they took that discussion happened on March 4th. Today, that individual took it to the board, but I did not hear back from the Athens Cultural Affair yet to what they would be willing to partner with on the Clayton Street project. I will report back, but you guys know the current method. Eco stations again, we went back. I think that all the locations on Clayton Street, the Hall Street location, the Georgia Theater loading zone, excuse me, and the corner of Clayton Street and College Avenue gave the most indigestion, which was outside Wuxery. And so staff, we went downtown, we looked inside the parking deck. That was what was recommended by ADDA. And we feel like we could do it as long as we had a piece of equipment, which we did put into our estimate. That piece of equipment is it hauls dumpsters. It's just a small piece of equipment that you can manipulate dumpsters easier. So we feel like we could put it in the parking deck with one of those pieces of equipment. So staff could pull that dumpster out, empty it real quick with the front end loader, and then push the dumpsters back into the parking deck just a little bit further than other eco stations. And the grade at that end of the parking deck is a little much for a person pushing by themselves a dumpster, a fully loaded dumpster. Still the loading zone in front of All Good, the loading zone on Jackson Street and the Clayton Street sidewalk. We are still working that one out, but we feel like we can still do dumpsters back to back and be on the sidewalk there and still have a three-sided eco station at that location. Again, this hasn't changed much since last time. Suggested style still the same. Fabricated metal with the roof removable. They're removable. They could be completely removed, stored if we needed to, and put into other locations. Lockable through a solar panel for lighting and locks. Rolling gates, and then artistic panels. The only addition here was the meeting with the representative from Athens Cultural Affairs Commission to discuss their part, since solid waste, it's not in our wheelhouse to design eco stations. The art component, we want to make sure they look good and work with a group that can help us with that. The maps, I apologize, I couldn't get it working, and it's just probably me. But I sent a separate attachment with the maps, and I will bring that up real quickly so we can discuss any questions that you might have with the maps. Hold on one second. And this is kind of the map of all of downtown. We feel like 21, now some of these are going to change more than likely. We're going to have some alterations. We're working, we have to finish discussions with a couple of the spots that are privately owned. But this, we feel like 21 to 22 eco stations could completely fill all of downtown for us. 5 being in or around Clayton Street for the TSPLOST project. And this would cover everything we need to cover. There are some exceptions. There are some businesses right now that have roll carts that we went downtown to look at. For example, Synovus Bank has roll carts, but we felt like we could actually put dumpsters in their enclosure and roll those out. We're trying to fully implement dumpsters everywhere downtown. So we had to look in the nooks and crannies, and where Target, for example, is coming to town, they want to use roll carts and use this for trash service and recycling. They bale all their recycling. We won't have to worry with their recycling. We're trying to discuss with them if we could use a rolling dumpster at their location so that we're completely on front and load dumpsters everywhere we can possibly be downtown. So we have one method of collection and not a patchwork of collection methods in the downtown district. So again, not all these are solid yet. The only ones that are solid are the Clayton Street, but there are some great locations and some really good conversations we're having. And we feel like these locations could provide what we need for infrastructure to take care of trash in downtown. What we didn't put on here are the private locations that have roll carts with us, like Synovus Bank and Target. We didn't put that on here because those won't be community eco stations, but they will. I just want to let everybody know, because that was a question privately to me. What about the private locations? We fully intend to work with all the private locations that we service downtown to move them into dumpsters as well.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Janssen.
Yeah, I'm going to stop sharing. Commissioner Edwards, I had one more, excuse me, I had one more slide just to show you from the presentation, which was costs, and then we can all go to bed. All right. The costs for 16 additional, I had a question from one commissioner that came in and said, we only have 16 eco stations. Nope, we really want 21 to 22. 16 was in this because we are hoping that the original 5 for the Clayton Street would be paid for through TSPLOST, since that's how we've been working that since the beginning. So there would be 21 to 22 eco stations total, and 5 would be paid from TSPLOST. The remainder, we don't have a funding source. That's why I'm here with my pockets open. We did request through general fund this year and last year monies through capital for eco stations and the dumpsters that go in there. We did not get it last year. I'm not sure about this year, but I think Manager Williams has an idea as well. But here are the costs that we feel like could include the eco stations, garden enclosure, and then the dumpsters that go into the eco stations, along with solar power that we'd need for the locks and the lights. And we also included the extra equipment would be the waste caddy, the dumpster puller and pusher that I just described. We also want to equip the eco stations with some collapsible wheelbarrows that are really nice, that we feel like some of the businesses may want to use to haul trash to these sites. They're a little bit less, especially for the daytime businesses and the businesses that are non-restaurants and bars that don't produce that much. We feel like these might be great for them to be able to take their trash down a little bit easier for their staff to make it to one of the eco stations and not have to wield a roll cart or something larger. Like the restaurants probably will have to use something bigger because they have a lot more trash, the bars and restaurants, than daytime kind of clothing or smaller, the vendors that have clothing and jewelry, etc. So this is the quote that we came up with using LaCour as the estimator for us, the same company that Transit uses for their bus stations. And then we have an agenda report on the April cycle for approval for the Clayton Street eco stations only. Future agenda report would be all eco station, finalize the locations, any final cost if it changes dramatically, which I don't foresee that. Policy changes, because we do have policy and procedures on how we handle trash downtown. That will have to be changed, along with just a timeline for implementation once we get the funding source and the okay to move this throughout downtown. Okay, I think I did that extra speedy since it was after 10 o'clock.
Thanks, Ms. Janssen. I had a question about Broad Street, right there, like in between College and Jackson, or just sort of a lot of those areas around Broad Street. I know there's quite a few restaurants in that area. What's the thought for? Are those folks just going to keep putting it on the curb?
No, we really want them to walk to, we feel like lower Wall Street might work, the lower portion of Wall Street for one. Okay. And also, I will be honest with you, it would be awesome. Again, this would be more of a conversation. This is one of our hanging out there eco stations would be if College Square stays closed. We feel like there would be a great opportunity to potentially have one, if not two, eco stations at either end to accommodate Broad Street and to accommodate Clayton on that end and get that. We don't want to be at the Wuxley corner. We heard from several folks that's not ideal location. But if they close off that, we feel like that area could be good areas for Broad, and then the end of Wall Street. And then we do have some thoughts around South Street for the other side of the street, the UGA side of the street, for eco station for those bars and restaurants and retail store on that side.
Great. So I'm hearing, the development of College Square closed off to vehicular traffic will also help our solid waste infrastructure needs.
Correct.
I like the way that the pilot has worked, where we put out these rubber containerized low capital investment on the front end to see how people respond. Moving forward, I support the permanent installation of some of those along the areas that we piloted. And I think we should explore using those same rubberized pilot in the expanded areas, instead of just creating a blanket new program with these permanent enclosures going all over this map. If we could just sort of phase it in and use these rubberized dumpsters that you found and just expand to create new pilots and phase in sort of deliberately as we go along. Anybody else has any questions? Patrick Davenport?
Thank you. Just real quick, something that popped in my mind with the solar, which is a great idea. Hopefully you compensated for like the height of the buildings and how the earth rotates and making sure that the sun actually hits the solar panel. But my question is, so the approximate total is $550,000. Is there any way you can ask that for the FY22 budget instead of, because I would like to see more consistency downtown instead of doing it in phases, even though, for budget, it makes sense to do it in phases, but would that be an option for you to, would that be an option just to move forward to do all 22?
Well, if I might, Commissioner Davenport, Mayor Pro Tem, so the funding is the issue, and working through the the first version of the budget, we've got considerable capital needs, and Suki had referenced that I may have a different idea, and I really want to dig in and see how our Clayton Street project goes, and if these, there's no question that the eco stations within the project limits of Clayton are eligible for SPLOST funding, and the question I want to explore with staff is, it's I think the general name is Downtown Infrastructure Project, so if we have some savings, perhaps we could buy those from there. But the direct answer is we don't have a ready funding source right now, Commissioner Davenport. But I am glad that we have a solution. It's taken years to get here, and I really commend all of you and certainly solid waste staff. I looked out my window the other day and I saw Suki with about, 12 men walking downtown, looking in nooks and crannies, going in the parking deck and back out again. And I really appreciate that you involved your staff on finding solutions, Suki.
Yeah, some of those were drivers, you all, that saw me down there with staff. They were, I couldn't do it without them. They were great at figuring out ideas and spaces and how they could do things. And they're on board. I will say, staff really looking forward to doing something different downtown that could be better for everybody.
Great. And my only thought on the sort of phase, I want to head off any sort of revolt against these structures. I think if we come in with 21 all at once, that'd just be a real dramatic change to the downtown landscape. But yeah, I'm open to other questions, thoughts. I mean, as long as we communicate a lot with the owners where these things are going and they're cool with it, okay, that certainly helps. Anybody else? All right, great. Good job, Ms. Janssen. And anything, final thoughts, Manager Williams?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, great. Unanimous consent to adjourn this meeting.
Aye.
Okay, great. Y'all have a great evening. Take care, everybody.
Aye.
Cheers, y'all.